The number one ringtone going down. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Project Pat, feature 36 Mafia. It's going down. North. You know what time it is. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Cause I'm through with you. Cause I'm through with you. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Cause I'm through with you. Cause I'm through with you. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. I ain't discussing. You can go hit the door, get up out on my ride. Forget you, let the shit go. Get your weather, get it low, spit your eye with that instant messaging. Call and a texting. Saw me on the furnace downtown, I'm a flexing. These dogs at me begging, ice from my neck. You know, hustling, gon' get my respect. You know it said, they didn't call it, so you say your daddy, your mom's your aunt, greasy grandmammy. Like a Johnny Country T, I try to put your case. Legend in the background, hold up in their face. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Cause I'm through with you. Cause I'm through with you. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Cause I'm through with you. Cause I'm through with you. Why you wasting on my character? Give me left and right. No one ever let you back. You ain't gonna act right. I ain't got time to hit another 3 times for one letter. To tell you I'm good, I'm gone, girl, I've been better. All that work is a D, boy, it's heavy in the game. They because they call yourself only texting out the frame. I'ma tell you who be freaky dickies, I am not the name. Cause they call me Juicy J and I be looking for some more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Cause I'm through with you. Cause I'm through with you. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Cause I'm through with you. Cause I'm through with you. What you texting me for? 4 a.m. in the night. And you know it that we do. It's in your life. Don't be moving calling me. You can keep your legs closed. Never get this thing again. For you used to be a glamour queen. Cause I kept you with some money. Out of country water on. Now you're like a dust bunny. Hood back. Don't get booty real bad. I'm in love with a stripper. Let me from the back. Like this girl, little man, stood me up on some she could call and be mad. Found out I got this bad love. Girls that be scared. Go to church and get the dope. Don't call me no more and don't text. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Cause I'm through with you. Cause I'm through with you. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Don't call me no more and don't text me no more. Cause I'm through with you. Cause I'm through with you. Good morning, Conscious True Limits. It is your favorite commentator breakdown, commentator CTV. Welcome to another episode of the platform. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Memorial weekend. I'm already tired as all hell, okay? My sleep pattern is all off. All this goddamn ripping and running and partying, girl. It's been a lot going on, but letting the good times roll nonetheless. So I am coming to you guys this morning with this really interesting case, and of course most of you are probably familiar with it. This is a murder that took place back in 2021 by a ex-Virginia football player, okay? And I'm going to put you this man's name up, so I'm just going to call him by his first name, his last name, which I'm
probably also butchering the hell up Etute, Mr. Etute. This is a crazy situation. Well, he's been acquitted of all murder charges for murdering Jerry Smith, okay, who was a Virginia Tech. And this all came about because Mr. Smith impersonated a female on a dating app that led to the former football player, Mr. Etute, receiving oral sex and a $50 payout after the encounter. Well, after some suspicion of Mr. Smith's gender, okay, him and some of his other fellow teammates went back to this individual's apartment, and this individual was fatally beaten to death, okay? Well, he's been acquitted, and he's able to walk back home free. I definitely have some thoughts about this case, and I also will be dropping a link so you guys can come up and give your opinion. Yeah, this is a very wild and sad and tragic situation. But before we get into the meat and the potatoes of this commentary, please go ahead and give me a thumbs up, 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 up. You guys know that thumbing up helps with YouTube's algorithm. It helps these whores to recommend and to showcase and suggest and promote and advertise the video and the content. So please give me a old nasty piece of thumbs up. If you're new here, definitely subscribe, because if I like it, you're going to absolutely love it. And speaking of, if you're new here, welcome to all of the new subbies, baby. We received 362 new subscribers within 3 weeks. So we are now at that beautiful divine number 333. Come on, angel numbers. Hard work is paying off, baby. It's nothing like being focused. It is a beautiful thing, okay, to work your ass off, to love what you do, and then to also see reciprocity, okay, from the soil in which you sow your seed into. I could not be happier and more fulfilled. And obviously, we're going all the way to the motherfucking top. So I'm more driven these days than I ever have been, okay? Also, you guys need to make sure that you have your notification bell set to all, because you never know what day or hour the king will be kinging. It might be during that dick appointment. It might be during breastfeeding the second born girl. It might be when you flipping pancakes. It might be when you manscaping. You just never know, girl. It could be in the 8 a.m.s or the 8 p.m.s when the king is going to be motherfucking king. And if you don't mind taking it just a step further, please share. This platform grows because of y'all's engagement, y'all's participation, y'all thumbing up, y'all commenting, y'all interacting with the live stream. And obviously it comes from you guys sharing out the content to your fellow digital community, whether that be Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, MySpace, your space, his space, YouTube, their tube, our tube, girl. Wherever it is, you have a digital community, girl. Wherever you have relatives and family, girl, put them on to the motherfucking king of all. Well, not of all kings, girl, but below the king of all kings is the king, okay? Formerly known as CTV. Oh, yes. Okay, let them know that we're popping and we lit over here. Once again, I will be dropping the link. So regardless of what perspective and attitude you have about the outcome of this case, definitely hit the link. Speak your truth. And I will be dropping it shortly after I give you guys more of a backdrop and a backstory and all of that to what's going on. And yeah, let's go ahead and proceed to give you guys what the fuck you need.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Jesse, I said that is tragic, and I said that is motherfucking sad, okay? That's what the fuck I said. And it is. Uh-huh. Do you understand? Sad and motherfucking tragic is what it is. And if you already disgruntled, baby, you're going to be even more disgruntled by the time I'm finished with this motherfucking story. Okay. Let me say good morning to everybody in the building. What's going on, Serenity? What's going on, Juan? Mara? What's going on, Shauna? Good morning. Good morning, Refuse to Lose. Hey, Sabrina. Hey, Jackie. What's going on, Humboldt Pie? Hey, good morning, Wayne X. Good morning, Alexis. Hey, Romani. Good morning, Love and Other Problems. Good morning, Voice of Reasons. Good morning, Soft Side of CC, Jackie Blue, Miss T. Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Okay, bro. Oh, good morning, Joshua 1994. Okay, with an extra 2 on the side. Jose's point of view. Hey, Red. Good morning, love. Good morning to everybody coming into the space, girl. So Kayla. Sometimes I feel like y'all don't be jumping out the bush until y'all hear me calling out the roll, girl. Doing a roll call, and then y'all put a bus up here. I'm here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, class. Vina, dear, good morning. Okay, good morning. So let's go ahead, girl, and get into some things this morning. Also, I want to shout out my PayPalers and my patrons and also my Cash Appers. Thank you guys so much to my donors. You guys are amazing. Thank you for sowing seed and sowing your love and your tithes into the platform, girl, and appreciating the work I do here and the space I provide here and the content I provide here and the creativity and the talent and the diversity of the portfolio that I provide here. Thank you all in all the ways in which you all show love to me, whether that's financially, whether that's through a subscription, whether that's through engagement. Just thank you so very much. Good morning, AW and Red. Okay, so you guys, I just give you guys a little bit of a backstory. So let's pull on over to neighborhood talk first, okay? Just to give you like a short snippet. Then we just wanna go deeper and deeper, child. Okay, just deeper and deeper. We go deep and we don't get no sleep, 'cause we be up all night until the early light. Okay, so this is from Neighborhood Talk, you guys. Woo, okay. They posted this earlier today, honey, and the caption reads, former college football player acquitted of murder after he beat a man to death for catfishing him and almost pulling out a weapon. Initially thought it was a woman, but found out it was a man, okay? The description of this post reads, neighbors get into the story. A former Virginia Tech football player is walking away a free man after being acquitted of second-degree murder. In 2021, Mr. Etute was arrested for killing Jerry Smith, who he beat to death after finding out he was a dude, initially thinking it was a woman. The two met on Tinder after Etute matched with Smith under a woman's profile named Angie Renee. The two met up for the first time at Smith's apartment. Etute was initially suspicious of Smith because the apartment was dark and he could barely see who it was. Despite the suspicions, he received oral sex from Smith and left with a $50 gift certificate, or with a $50 gift, okay? After their first link, Smith matched with other teammates of Etute, in which he also met up with them. The other teammate also had his suspicions of Smith's gender, so the two men plus another teammate decided to go back to Smith's apartment to determine whether it was a man or a woman. When they arrived, Etute entered the apartment and began to question Smith. This led to a physical fight that resulted in Etute brutally beating Smith because he thought he reached for a weapon under the bed. The three men left the apartment, leaving Smith fatally beaten. Etute claimed in court that he thought Smith was still breathing when he left, but he eventually died from his injuries. An autopsy report by the medical examiner showed nearly all the bones in Smith's face were broken. He suffered bleeding of the brain and had teeth fragments missing. During the trial, it was determined that Etute acted in self-defense because Etute believed Smith was about to pull a weapon on him. During the investigation, it was found that Smith had a knife under the mattress. Quote, I think he's earned the right to go back to school and further his academic and sports career, Turk said. Quote, I think the school that ends up taking him is going to get probably a lot wiser and a much smarter and an exceptional athlete. Girl, neighborhood talk, figure out the grammatical errors, girl. This is definitely catfishing gone wrong. This is fucked up. I'm already telling y'all I'm going to have an unpopular motherfucking opinion. I don't think this is just. I think this is so fucked up. I think this is completely meditated. And I don't understand how posing as another sex equates to a death sentence. I don't give a damn whether you suck someone's dick, ate someone's pussy, what level of intimacy was achieved. I don't understand how being deceived under the context of sexual pleasure results in it being okay to murder someone. And if people don't think that that's extreme, then I feel sorry for people. But we're going to get further into that. Let's read some of these comments, though, to see what the general public thinks, okay? Truth is, it's sad all the way around. Be honest with who you are, be proud of who you are, and you let people choose to love it or not. Another writer said, this story is crazy to me to get head, then come back like a month later and confront them. I do know that it was a couple of motherfuckers going to get head from that person that night initially. How many ended up doing it? I don't know. Woo, just nasty. Another commenter wrote, listen, I never tricked a man and never will. It's just wrong and disrespectful to yourself as well. Let this be a lesson. Someone else wrote, he shouldn't have catfished them, but 3 of y'all showed up to his apartment to confront him, ... Another writer said, I'm glad the judge gave him a second chance. Wow, but Mr. Smith doesn't get one. Another writer wrote, stop playing with people. Like, seriously, just be honest. There are plenty of men who don't mind. Another commenter said, it's sad that the man was killed, but that's a dangerous game to play with somebody. Shaking my head. There's nothing wrong with being transgender. Just be honest, people. Another writer wrote, who is his lawyer? Some YSL members need him. Someone else wrote, y'all better stop playing with people for real. Someone else commented, laughing my ass off. So 4 of them got topped, but didn't want to know who it was. Dead. Someone else wrote, I don't know how to feel about this one, so I'm going to mind my business. Someone else wrote, there's no way he didn't know, please. Crying emoji. Someone else wrote, this is a lot to unfold. Someone else said, the gift after the first encounter told me all I needed to know. Someone else wrote, it's a lot going on in this story called Lifetime Meow. Someone else wrote, the fact that he received the payment from this lets me know he knew it was a man. Ain't no motherfucking way. Someone else wrote, he knew from the beginning, but once the other teammates found out, it was a different story. Someone else wrote, I guess, but he went back though. But I ain't mad that a black man is free. Someone else wrote, glad he beat the charge. Someone else wrote, I mean, I'm not saying it was right, but I definitely understand. Stop playing with people. Okay, so that's what some of the public is saying. And we're going to come back to this article. Let's get into what happened during trial, okay? Ex-Virginia, and this is from Oxygen.com. Ex-Virginia Tech athlete testifies at trial for murder of Tinder date he found out was male. Mr. Etute claims he never intended to harm anyone when he went to the apartment of a woman named Angie with whom he'd had a sexual encounter and discovered he had been intimate with Jerry Paul Smith. Smith was found dead the next day, having sustained multiple blunt force traumas to his face and head. A suspended Virginia Tech hooky linebacker took the stand in his own defense during his trial for killing a person who he alleges pretended to be a woman during an intimate encounter. Mr. Etute, 19 years of age, stands accused of the 2021 murder of Jerry Paul Smith, 40 years of age, who Etute met under the name Angie. Smith's family has identified the victim as a gay man, according to ABC affiliate WSET, and Smith is not listed on the Human Rights Campaign compendium, if I don't fuck that up too, of transgender and non-conforming people killed in 2021. So Jerry Smith's family is identifying him as a gay man, not transgender, not non-binary. That doesn't mean that he didn't identify with androgyny or non-binary or transgender, but as far as the family is concerned, they recognize him as a gay man. Most people will, because most people don't even have most of society don't even really have a full understanding of gender identity and its nuance. So a man in hair, a man in makeup, they just consider gay, even though it could be non-binary, even though it could be someone who identifies as transgender, but the family identified the victim as a gay man. After a near anonymous sexual encounter with Angie in her apartment on April 10th, 2021, during which Etute allegedly told detectives she kept her place dark, hid her face with a hoodie, and paid him $50 after performing oral sex on him, according to ABC affiliate WJLA. Mr. Etute allegedly said he began to suspect Angie was not a woman when he returned to the darkened Blacksburg apartment on May 31st for what Angie believed would be another sexual encounter. Etute allegedly told detectives he used his phone flashlight to illuminate her face and discovered she was a man. He then allegedly admitted to detectives that he punched Smith 5 times, possibly kicked his victim in the face, and ran out to sounds of bubbling and gurgling, according to the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Smith was discovered dead the following day after his family requested a welfare check. The medical examiner said he died of blunt force trauma, and the autopsy report revealed that every bone in his face was broken. He had missing teeth, and he sustained multiple facial fractures, according to the paper. Mr. Etute took to the stand on the third day of his trial and gave a play-by-play of what he now says happened the night that Smith died, according to the Roanoke Times. After being prodded by friends in the prior weeks about whether Angie was actually a woman. Interesting note, after being prodded by friends in the prior weeks about whether Angie was actually a woman, Mr. Etute admitted he went back to the apartment with 2 friends who waited outside in the hallway of Smith's apartment complex. Quote, "If it was a man, I was just going to run out," Etute testified. Etute said that he accompanied Angie to the darkened bedroom and after a period of time asked to have sexual intercourse. The victim, he testified, partially undressed and assumed a position on all fours on the bed, exposing the buttocks. Etute explained that he groped his partner, including trying to reach around for the genitals, and something felt off to him. He then pulled back his partner's sweatshirt hood, turned on his phone's flashlight, and discovered his partner had a man's facial hair. Quote, "I felt violated," Etute testified, according to the Times. Quote, "I was just shocked and in disbelief that someone had tricked me and lied to me." Etute then claimed he got up, stood next to the bed, and asked Smith, "Why didn't you tell me?" Smith, he testified, chuckled, reaching for Etute's crotch with one hand and down the side of the bed with the other. Etute said he worried that Smith was attempting to grab a gun, though he'd never seen a weapon, which he said prompted him to punch Smith in an alleged act of self-defense. Etute then voluntarily got on the courtroom floor for jurors, showing how he says he beat Smith by using a tissue box to represent the victim's head, according to the Times. Jurors had to stand from the panel to watch the demonstration. The defendant told the court, and this is the demonstration, you guys, here. The defendant told the court he believed he bruised Smith up a little bit, but was surprised to learn from police that the victim had died. Quote, "Honestly, I was destroyed," Etute said. "I was upset with myself, even because I never intended to harm anyone." Jurors will be asked with deciding whether or not the defendant acted in self-defense, as he doesn't deny killing Smith. One of the focal points of the case was the defense's pre-trial motion to use a gay trans panic defense, which they filed earlier this year. The legal strategy is thought to secure more lenient sentences for defendants who claim their violent acts were a response to learning a victim's sexual orientation or gender identity. Compounding matters for the defense is that Virginia became the 12th state to implement a ban on the gay panic defense in April. The defense, however, argues that the ban did not go into effect until after Etute committed his alleged crimes. Judge Mike Flinner has yet to rule on the defense's motion, but said he would do so before jury deliberations. The defense has portrayed the victim as a sexual predator who catfished the defendant, traumatizing Etute to the point where he had to allegedly fight for his life. In his opening statements on Wednesday, defense attorney Jimmy Turk said his client beat Smith because it was the only thing reasonable to do to ensure he got out of Jerry Smith's apartment alive. Closing arguments were expected to take place Friday after Turk's calls for more witnesses. According to Times, then jurors will decide whether or not Etute is guilty of second-degree murder. And this is Mr. Etute's mugshots. Well, in conclusion to the jury deliberation is he is innocent. And let me pull up a disclaimer because I'm going to share some footage from a news site. Let me read this disclaimer before we play this. And hello, and good morning to everyone coming into the stream on this Sunday morning. Disclaimer, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use of purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Okay, this footage is courtesy of this. Footage is courtesy of. I don't know what else there. Hold on, you guys. It's courtesy of WSL 10. Okay, YouTube channel. Okay, this is only a 1 minute, 12-second clip. Let's play this here today. Okay.
Jury found a former Virginia Tech football player not guilty in the murder of a Blacksburg man. Attorneys argued Isimemen Etute acted in self-defense in the death of 40-year-old Jerry Smith, a Tinder date who he originally thought was a woman. And as 10 News reporter Lindsay Kennett tells us, the verdict came after hours of deliberations.
It was a roller coaster of emotions for people in court today. Isimemen Etute is now a free man after a jury found him not guilty of second-degree murder. The jury
not guilty of second-degree murder. Okay.
Jury deliberated for nearly 3.5 hours. After handing down the verdict, Etute and his family immediately started crying and hugging one another. The prosecutors declined to comment. Outside court, Etute's lawyer, Jimmy Turk, admitted that he was surprised by the verdict because he said it's tough to predict what 12 people are going to decide. He did say he feels bad for the Smith family, but said he believes the jury made the right decision.
I'm happy to will not be wearing an ankle bracelet anymore.
He believes that the jury made the right decision by acquitting a man of murder because he was deceived, even though he was okay with prostituting himself for $50.
Turk said that Etute now has his life back and can pursue his dream of playing football. Reporting in Montgomery County, I'm Lindsay Kennett, 10 News, working for you.
So, that's that. Now, I also want to show you guys, and those of you who pilot into the back, I'm gonna let y'all up after I'm done with my initial commentary. There's footage from the apartment complex of the guys going to the apartment and also leaving the apartment, which I'm also going to play for you and let you guys see what happened upon them going to Smith's apartment and then also fleeing his apartment. So make sure that you guys pay attention to this here, okay? I'm glad that Miss Monica is here. I'm gonna let her be mad as hell for the both of us. Okay, so you guys, this is another fair use play, copyright disclaimers under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976 allowance. It's made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing, okay? And this footage is courtesy of WDBJ7.com. So this is surveillance footage from Smith's apartment where you can see Mr. Etute and his other compadres who went to confront Mr. Smith and then left after he was brutally beaten.
But on Thursday, we were able to obtain this exclusive video footage of 3 people leaving quickly from Smith's apartment on May 31st, the day before police were called to his apartment for a welfare check. We've blurred their faces until police can confirm their identities if they are looking for additional suspects.
Okay, so
Blurred their welfare check.
Let me play this footage one more time. This is once again surveillance footage from Jerry's apartment complex of Mr. Etute and his friends coming to the apartment complex to confront Jerry, and then also fleeing the apartment after fatally beating him. This is them going to confront him. And this is after they leave. They're fleeing, running like hell, shirts off and all. Okay. I want to say this, that this is really fucked up and extreme. And there's no way in hell I believe that Mr. Etute did not come there to harm anyone. Something else he could have did if he felt like his life was in danger, rather than punching Mr. Smith, was he could have ran out of the same apartment that at this point he had been to for the second time around. So he knew exactly where the door was. And the fact that he also came with a band of other niggas to this man's apartment completely indicates to me that this was certainly premeditated. And because I also am a same gender loving man, and I know and I've been around homophobic rhetoric my entire life. I've been around transphobic rhetoric my whole life. I know the ways in which Black men speak about, especially insecure, trans, homophobic ass niggas speak about queer people. There's no way that murder and I'm going to fuck this nigga up and I'm going to kill this motherfucker was not a part of the lingo that was in the car on the way to this man's apartment. That was the hype music up the stairs to this man's apartment. There was no way that Mr. Etute, in my personal opinion, was speaking virtuously and so Christian-like upon coming back to confront this man after a fucking month. After a fucking month of already receiving head. And then as the article says, he wasn't even pressed and that hyped up until his friends hyped him up about it. Because Mr. Jerry had done sucked everybody's dick, apparently, under the AKA of Angie. And then you claim you didn't mean to hurt nobody, but you beat the man until he was gargling and bubbling and gurgling and didn't even call for a welfare check yourself after you knew that you beat this man unconscious and into a damn seizure, but this was not your intent. This is so fucking wild to me. Because more than cis hetero Black men, it goes to also show how fucking disposable queer people are completely, okay? Because let's be honest, most of society feels like Mr. Etute was justified in killing Mr. Smith. His attorney believes that the jury made the right decision. Everybody is excited that Mr. Etute gets to go on with the rest of his life and gets to marry and go play football and finish what he started in his life. He got to kill someone because he was deceived. I don't understand what type of messaging this is supposed. I don't understand like what this is. So I wonder, how do the courts want this to be interpreted? So now it's perfectly okay for people to be fucking, like, to kill people because they were deceived? How many fucking women hooked up with men who claim to have six-pack and have a big dick only to come to that apartment with a little weenie? Does a woman get to kill a man because he deceived her by posing as a man with a big dick when he had a little dick? When a man goes to hook up with a woman and she takes off her breast padding and her butt pads and reveals that she's built like a square rather than a figure eight, does he get to justifiably murder her because he was deceived? When you get into a relationship under false pretenses and somebody made themselves up to be this, that, and the third, only to come to find out that they broke and fucking dusty, do you get to kill your motherfucking spouse because they deceived you? When you pull up to McDonald's to try out their new Big Mac that's been so beautifully advertised all across your motherfucking TV screen and come to pull that motherfucker out and it's a sloppy toppy for 99 cents, do you get to murder? Like, I don't understand, like, how does deception become equated to murder? This is such a fucking, like, overreach and such a false equivalency, and the fact that people are literally celebrating this and think that this is just is like, tells you how fucked up and deplorable people's morals and ethics are. Like, Mr. Etute had every right to be as upset as he wanted to be. He even had the right to confront Mr. Smith, but you had no fucking right to take this man's life, especially after only doing so because your homeboys hyped you up to go and have a confrontation with this man, and you were so happy and willy-nilly to also take a $50 pay after you got your dick sucked. And then what's even more fucked up is that he's being acquitted over Jerry being deceptive, but he literally deceived Jerry when he came back to the apartment for the second time for the prison melee, because he put Jerry under the impression that they were going to hook up for the second time, which is why he entered the apartment to begin with. But Jerry is so guilty for deception. But you use the same deceptive tactics that Jerry used to enter this man's apartment and to take his fucking life. So if the rule of thumb now is that because you have been deceived by an institution or a banking system or a company, or you deceived by someone, a woman takes off her makeup and you find out that she goes from a 10 to a 4 after you took her back home from the bar thinking that you was hooking up with a baddie to only lay down with a saddie, and you get to justifiably take her life because she looks dramatically different without her face being made up. I mean, and then what message? I am so confused. I do not fucking understand. Mr. Etute did not have sex with a pig. He did not have sex with a horse. He did not have sex with a corpse. You had sex. Not even sex. You received oral sex. First of all, back up a little bit, bitch. So, how you fear your manhood more than you actually fear your safety? So you hook up with a random bitch named Angie Reedy on Tinder. You're okay with going over to this person's apartment. You don't know who this person is. You have no background on this person. You didn't meet this person in the club, at the park, at the theater. Interact with them, see what you was getting into, then came back to the apartment. You met someone under the most ambiguous, inconspicuous of circumstances. Complete perfect stranger. Still didn't even alarm you. Because getting your dick sucked was more of your priority than who was sucking your dick, to the point that even when Miss Angie had all the lights cut off, even when Miss Angie came to the door with a hoodie over her head, even when Miss Angie didn't even have a motherfucking candle lit in the building, you didn't give a fuck about your safety. Because the priority was you getting your dick swallowed up tonight, rather than who was sucking your dick and in a safe environment to do that in. So your safety was of no concern. What was at risk here was the fragility of your fucking manhood. So you went over to a perfect stranger's house in the middle of the fucking night. They came dressed, cloaked like Phantom of the fucking Opera to the front door. There was no visible light ensue. You didn't give a damn. You still pulled your pants down, got your dick jacked off, and took a $50 pay. And then you come back a month later, not even 12 hours later, not even 7 hours later, not even 45 minutes later, not even 45 seconds later, but a month later after your friends had done gas your motherfucking head up about the situation because they all had done went to the down low and got their cock blued on the down low. And now y'all all putting batteries in each other's backs because y'all all realize that y'all done had the same session with the same questionable person. And now all y'all need to not look gay. Now all y'all need to not look trans attracted. So y'all all prove y'all masculinity and y'all heterosexuality by hauling off back to this man's apartment a fucking month later and take his fucking life and then claim in court that you didn't mean to hurt or harm somebody. Then why did you take 3 other motherfucking bodyguards with you? Why did you leave this man on the fucking floor after you heard and saw that you had seriously injured him because you ran after you heard the gurgling sounds? You didn't make one attempt to apply CPR, to call 911, even to call 911 anonymously, to be like, yo, I think somebody in the apartment, blah, 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 blah. No, nothing. But you didn't mean to hurt nobody. And for some reason, that would all of that goes over the motherfucking jury's head. You also took a $50 pay and wasn't questioned about why you came over to a motherfucker's house in the middle of the night, dressed up in a goddamn black sheet from head to fucking toe, got your dick sucked with no lights on the apartment at all, couldn't even identify. So where then is the accountability on Mr. Etute's end is my motherfucking question, because we can put accountability on Mr. Jerry for being deceptive. Okay, for misrepresenting the product. But where does Mr. Etute's accountability also come into play at? So you was okay in a dark ass apartment for an hour. You was okay getting your dick sucked by someone whose facial features you couldn't even fucking identify. You was okay with receiving a pay for getting your fucking dick sucked. But you're the victim and you're the innocent one. But you're the victim. You, just as much as Angie, put yourself in this ambiguous ass circumstance. I can even see possibly rationalize had Angie literally also looked the part when Mr. Etute came to the apartment. But this bitch literally prioritized oral fixation over his own personal safety, but he gets to be the victim in the situation. If I would have been the judge, I would have canceled out and deleted this motherfucking case. As far as I'm concerned, there would have had to be some fucking restitution, something done, given to Mr. Smith's family. That whole defense was weak as fuck, and they did nothing about all the other vague circumstances around Mr. Etute. Like, bitch, what the fuck is wrong with your mental? What is wrong with your mental? And this is the thing. Somebody said he had to know. Of course you knew. But here's the thing. I'll take it one step further. The truth is, Mr. Etute didn't care. Mr. Etute didn't care. about who was sucking his dick. That's why he bulldozed and pushed through all of those other red flags. Like, I can't even see this motherfucker who answered the door. I can't even see the full makeout of the goddamn apartment because this motherfucker ain't got a single light on in the motherfucking place. Then I take a $50 payout after it's all said and motherfucking done. And I only want to confront this person after my friends gas me up to do so. And yes, y'all can drop off this basic heathen ass bitch in my motherfucking comment section. Y'all can drop this Miss Jessie ass bitch off to the bottom of the Mississippi motherfucking river. Let her swim. Let him or her swim with the motherfucking fish. Drop that bitch off into the motherfucking gutter. I don't want it to be conflated that Mr. Smith was deceptive. But both of these people, both Mr. Smith and Mr. Etute, were on their bald-headed whole shit. Mr. Etute did not feel the need to do this until he allowed himself to succumb to peer pressure by his homeboys a month later. Mr. Etute didn't mind being deceived because he walked into a situation that had a trillion red flags all over it and didn't give a damn because his priority was getting his nut off and getting his rocks off that night. Mr. Etute is not the fucking victim in the situation. And we're not blaming, he blames the friends. We're not blaming nothing. This is from him. Hold on. Let me find it for you. Let me find it for you, this Bed-Stuy. Let me find it, honey, because these ain't my motherfucking words. These are his. How it's doing? Let me motherfucking find out. All right. Oh, here it is. Miss Bed-Stuy, listen and read real carefully. After being prodded by his friends, and this is him on the stand, after being prodded by his friends in the prior weeks about whether Angie was actually a woman, Etute admitted he went back to the apartment with two friends who waited outside in the hallway as he beat Smith to death. These are his motherfucking words, not mine. Oh, and I know you're not saying that I'm blaming him, but that's what I'm saying too. How is it that this is so premeditated? There is so much accountability on Mr. Etute's side. I don't fucking the only reason I can make sense of this much just goes to show how much America in general hates trans people, hates non-binary people. They only tolerate and same gender loving people. This country don't even like mayonnaise queer people. That they will even support a black man taking the life of a queer person, of a possible trans, non-binary, etc. individual. Because this man can premeditate this, decide to come back and confront this person a month later, and then deceive them under the guise that I'm coming back so you can suck my dick again when I'm coming back to confront you, and then gets to yip and yell about being threatened for his safety. You're threatened for your safety, though you barge into someone else's fucking apartment to confront them. You don't run into this person on campus. You don't run into this person in your dormitory. This person don't come to you. You get to claim self-defense after you deceive another person into getting into their space. And when that person feels threatened by you, bitch, by you, you get to claim something. What in the entire fuck? This whole case throws my fucking brain down an escalator. Down a fucking escalator. Let me go ahead and let Auntie J, Refuse to Lose, and Monica up on the platform. Auntie J, good morning. What are your thoughts, darling? Auntie J, are you there? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Conch?
Yeah. Go ahead, Monica.
That motherfucker should have got a bullet in his damn head. That's what should have happened. You walk up in somebody's house. You walking up to somebody's house. Miss Jerry should have came out with a gun and start blasting each and every one of them, all three of them niggas away. That's what should have happened. They should have never survived. They should have never survived this. She should have came out with a gun and pumped bullets in them niggas. That's what should have happened. And y'all gonna learn to listen to me and learn that you got to get violent with these motherfuckers. See, when you don't get violent with them, this is what happens. This is what happens when you don't get violent with these niggas. They think they can prance all up in your house and do whatever they want to you. When you come out with bullets and spray their ass with fucking bullets and kill their ass dead right there on the fucking spot, that's when they gonna fucking stop. This nigga should have went to jail. Nah, he should have died. That's what should have happened. Fuck some damn jail. The fact that this motherfucker is still walking around breathing and living is a disrespect to the motherfucking victim. And as far as Conch, you right. They don't give a fuck about black trans folks. But then they want to they want to wonder why we walk around angry and mad all the fucking time. Bitch, we got every right to be motherfucking mad. We got every right to be mad as a motherfucker. You goddamn right I'm mad. What the fuck I'm supposed to do walking around this motherfucker happy and shit when they don't give a fuck about us or what happened to us and they think they can do whatever they want to us? Why the fuck should I be happy about that? You expect me to walk around here smiling? With a fucking smile on my face and be happy about the shit? No, I'm mad as fucking. I'm ready to kick some ass. And until these niggas feel what we feel, I ain't gonna never actually feel better. I want these niggas to hurt. I want a trans woman, especially a black trans woman, to kill one of these niggas. And then that's when I feel better, to be honest, to tell you the motherfucking truth. I want these niggas to feel the pain that we go through. That's what I want to fucking feel. I want them to feel that shit.
Miss Monica, this nigga came back a month later to confront Jerry because his friends gassed him up. His friends, and then he gets to claim self-defense after this.
Ain't no damn self-defense. Bitch, it wasn't no fucking self. You came to their damn house. They had every right to blow your black ass head off. They had every right to blow this nigga's head off, and they should have pulled out that white privilege shit and did just that. They should have pulled out that white patriarchy or whatever they call it, and they should have blew this black son's bitch head off. That's what should have happened. Should have got his fucking head blew off his motherfucking body.
So you get.
Why is he walking around? I hope somebody killed his ass in the damn streets. I do.
Oh, you know they. Well, I won't necessarily say that, but what I will say, Miss Monica, is they ain't gonna do that because most of the world hates trans and queer people.
And this is why, Conscious, let me tell you something.
Gonna come to him.
Right. This is why us as black, especially black trans people, we need to start fighting. Because the world don't give a fuck about us. All we got is each other. So when we start kicking these motherfuckers' ass, that's when they're gonna stop fucking with us. We're gonna have to start whooping their ass. That's what I say all the time. People gonna learn to listen to me. I'm not saying this to sound crazy. People think I'm so damn crazy. I'm so cruel. I'm so heartless. No, I'm telling the motherfucking truth because I actually care about my trans community, especially my black trans community. I love my white trans sisters too, but that's what we need to start doing. We need to start fighting back because the world don't give a fuck about us. So when we start busting these motherfuckers in their ass, that's when they're gonna stop fucking with us. We start getting together in groups and jumping these motherfuckers who do this shit. Like if somebody heard a black trans woman or a trans woman, a group of trans women get together, go to that motherfucker's apartment and kick his ass. That's when that's when it's gonna stop.
Can you do me a favor, Miss Monica? Because I keep seeing this comment. Joshua 1944 says, which is why trans women should date gay men. I don't understand how that sentence even makes sense.
What?
Trans women should think about what you're saying, Joshua. Trans women.
Joshua need to shut his bitch ass up.
Trans women should date same-sex attracted men. Make it.
And you niggas need to stop being on the fucking down low. How about that? Get off your baby mama
Thank
couch
you.
and get a motherfucking job.
Thank you.
Broke ass
That's
nigga.
what that part.
Your broke
That's
ass
what
up.
I think it
Y'all
was.
ain't shit. And I'm
He
tired of
was
you black
mad.
women calling these niggas kings. They ain't no damn king. You a king without no fucking castle, you black ass nigga. Shut your ass up.
I think.
And matter of fact, I'm not gonna lie, I like gay men too. I don't give a damn. I mean, but still.
But think about it.
A man is a man to me.
Hold on. But this is the thing. He's saying gay men, not bisexual men, but gay men. If someone is same-sex attracted, they're not attracted to women. So how are trans women going to date men who are exclusively attracted to the same sex? Not both sexes, but the same sex. Because I keep hearing this comment, oh, why are trans women dating straight men? They need to leave these straight men alone. They need to leave, stop going after these straight men and date men in their own community. Gay men date men, baby, not trans women.
That trans, dummy. I think
And the problem, and the problem ain't trans women going after straight men. The problem is we not cultivating a society where straight men can be comfortable with what they are in fact attracted to.
Wow.
Make it uncomfortable for these niggas. Don't get leave these down low men alone. These the same niggas that will kill you, but you'll still give up your booty and ass to them. Don't get these niggas nothing. Let them sit there and jack their motherfucking dick off. Don't pursue these niggas. Don't give them no ass. Don't give them no dick. Don't give them nothing. Let these niggas sit there and suffer. Don't give them nothing. And if they come for you, make them pay your ass. Make them pay you $1,000 damn dollars. Overcharge them motherfuckers. They don't need shit. They don't need pussy. They don't need ass. Don't give them nothing. Until they stop being a bitch-made nigga, don't give them no dick, don't give them no ass, don't give them no pussy, don't give them niggas nothing. Let them sit there and jack their little small-ass dick off. Don't give them nothing to get their rocks off. Don't you let them stick their nasty dick inside you. Tell them to take their broke ass somewhere else. How about that?
Miss Monica, could you respond to Black Swan, who says that the LGBT community needs to be honest with themselves? Trans people need to be forthright with what they
Joshua,
are.
shut your punk ass up, because you ain't gonna get on here, bitch.
No, that's Black Swan.
A Black Swan?
Mm-hmm. Who said
the LGBT community needs to be honest. Bitch, we are being honest. See, yeah, y'all believe these motherfuckers. These motherfuckers know who they're dating. They know that these women that they're dating are trans, but yet they can get away with saying it because they know dumbass motherfuckers like y'all are going to believe them. That's why they get away with saying that damn tricking shit. Ain't nobody tricked these motherfuckers. They knew this woman's teeth from the damn jump. They knew this woman's teeth from the jump. Ain't nobody tricked them. They knew.
Right.
But let's say that it was intentional deception. How is it justifiable? Like, how do you justify murdering somebody because you were deceived? How I don't understand how that's okay. Because women deceive men all the time. That's not all 27 inches of your hair, boo boo. Them ain't your real eyelashes, hunty stunty.
That ain't your real ass either.
That ain't your real ass. That ain't your real titties. That ain't your real nails. And men are deceived women all the time. You don't own our car. You renting, boo.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make your real dick pics, boo. Like deception goes on all the time, and nobody in this comment section would stand for someone being murdered for any of those reasons, but yet can justify murdering someone under these circumstances. You wouldn't justify a man killing a woman because the profile picture that he saw was heavily photoshopped, and then when he got there, she looked completely different and murdered her. Like, you wouldn't stand for a he was deceived defense. So how in the fuck could a defense be justifiable in this case? People play Hunger Games all the time in the dating hookup culture to get what they need from people. They send fake pictures. They all type of fuck shit. And yet, it's okay for this man to come back a month later and beat Jerry Smith to fucking death because his friends gassed him up, and then he gets to use, hey, I was scared for my life after I deceived getting into this man's apartment for the second time a month fucking later.
That's the part that he even went back there.
A month later,
you guys say this, I can't say that I'm not gonna, and I would never, because murder is wrong, period. Him going back there was wrong, period. I understand why you guys are outraged. And I also want to understand that we are all not the same. I love you all the same. We all have a right to our own opinions of life. Let me say that first and foremost. The fact that he took back a team of people was unacceptable.
Because he a bitch-made nigga. He couldn't fight this person one-on-one because he a bitch. So you had to bring all your homeboys. Yeah, you got to understand. These niggas don't never know how to do shit by themselves. They always got to come in packs because they the one-on-one, they know they're going to get their little scrawny ass beat. So they got to come back with groups and groups and groups. But then, like Jerry Smith should have came out with a damn gun and shot them niggas to death. But then, hold on. If he would have did that, they would have brought race into it. Black Lives Matter. Nah, fuck all that. You should never went to this motherfucker's house.
Just the simple fact that he went back with more people, he should have been charged just from that alone. That's period.
Right. You went on the website. You was looking. You know,
this is a stranger. This is a stranger.
A stranger house you going to.
Right.
You thirsty. You're thirsty. That's a sign of thirst. So you go there and it's pure dark and you still go in. Not a light, not a cut the light on. Let me see who you are. None of that shit. You was thirsty to put your stinking penis in somebody's mouth. You was ready for the goggle, baby. You was ready for the goggle. He was, and he knew. I believe he knew.
Of course, the bitch
knew. Because a man must.
It's either he knew or just didn't give a damn. Because most men,
give a damn.
Let's be honest,
he didn't give a damn.
But let's be honest.
That's how them download niggas act. They always do that. They do that.
It ain't even solely about being on the download. Like, there is a rule of thumb in the men's community that when it comes to head specifically, most men do not give a damn who they get head from. It could be the most ugliest chick on the block or the baddest chick on the block. Most men get really relaxed when it comes to their standards around receiving oral sex. Most men don't care, to the point that they're even make exceptions for letting men and trans women suck their dick as well. Most men don't care. They feel like head is fucking head. But of course, they ain't gonna be that honest and transparent in the courtroom and say that out loud.
No, they not.
I'm not gonna lie. I got to know who putting their mouth on my dick.
I gotta know who putting their mouth on my breast. I need to check out the source.
I don't do this faceless shit. Because what if you ugly? I have to be attracted to you.
How are you more hell bent on the gender a month later because your friends gassed you up, but you couldn't even see this person's face to even check out if they had cold sores around their mouth, herpes bumps, because you didn't give a damn.
Exactly.
Because you didn't.
They could have been ugly as a motherfucker.
Because you didn't give a damn. It wasn't about none of that. It wasn't about who was sucking your dick. The priority was for you to get your dick sucked. You just
didn't. It could have been a chimpanzee. If the chimpanzee is sucking, you live for it. So
it could have been an elephant, any damn thing.
Yes, he got off because he's in college. That's how he got off. And they looking for a reason just for the transgender community just to go away. You go away.
And then the fact that his team had passed Jerry around. They all had their dick sucked by Jerry. And it wasn't until they all made each other aware about this Angie person. And then somebody was like, well, wait. This person might be, in fact, biologically male. And then, so now it all became we got to avenge our masculinity, not because we had these thoughts personally, but once we made each other aware, and said it out loud. I can't have you thinking that I enjoyed what Angie did to me, that I enjoy getting my dick sucked. I can't have you thinking that, here, if this is a man, that I'm down for that. So now, because we made each other aware, the whistle has blown. Now we got to prove and avenge our masculinity. Hold on, Auntie. They all walked around with this suspicion in their mind. All of them walked around for months with this suspicion. It didn't bother them to the point of there needing to be no fucking confrontation. It wasn't until they made each other aware of this Angie individual that then shit had to tick-tock, boom.
I think she told their ass no. And that flooded them because
they probably was ugly as fuck. He probably didn't like they cockroach face looking ass.
Right there. Look at him. He looked like the predator.
These niggas swear everybody. This will make this.
But he probably told Angie. Probably said, "No, I ain't doing that."
She probably didn't want to suck their ugly ass. These niggas
them.
swear everybody in their mama want them. Nobody wants you cockroach ugly ass.
You in college. You want to football? Who cares?
They swear everybody in their mama want them.
I can't believe they got off. He didn't get a day. He didn't get a day.
That's what I thought. Joshua said, "I'm surprised because I thought that Jerry's White Smith would get him privilege." That goes to show you how much this country hates trans people in general.
Exactly. He should have pulled that white privilege out and shot them motherfuckers. That's what he should have did.
He shouldn't have let him in.
Because this country can't. This country hates black men, and the fact that they allowed this black man to get away,
rightfully so, they got a right to hate some of these niggas.
Goes to show you how much this country hates queer people.
Yeah, it is. And half the population is queer. Are you kidding me? From senators on down, stop it. So stop faking with yourself. Many have been caught in the White House. Married, sleeping with Timmy.
So let me ask you this, TJ and Monica. Because this keeps, every time a trans person, a ambiguous presenting queer person dies in the media, the overall consensus is deception.
There wasn't no damn deception. They knew.
I got a question. This person should have been deceived, should not have been deceiving. Boom, boom, pop. So, what do y'all feel? So, let's say Mr. Etute had not murdered or even beat Mr. Smith. What do y'all feel is a reasonable response to deception? Is it just moving the fuck along? Like, if you feel like a motherfucker is lying to you, just...
Man, why you lie, man?
It's okay to be upset.
We can talk about it, but that don't mean take my goddamn life.
We can fight about it. You can fight and storm about it. You know?
We can talk about it. We ain't got to fight about it. What you mad for? Your job, my job was done. You wanted what you wanted, and I gave you what you wanted. You didn't say you wanted it from a woman. Your penis was ready for a hoe.
It could have been a damn alien. You didn't even know who you was fucking goddamn getting dick sucked from.
Who goes into a pure dark home where you've never been before?
It could have been any damn body. It could have been the ghost of Christmas past, present, and future who was sucking your damn dick.
It could have been a beaver with buck-tooth teeth.
It could have been any damn body.
It could have been anybody because his penis was ready for the throb. He had the throb. And he wanted it so bad, he didn't care. He knew a man's mouth muscles are stronger than a woman's. He knew. He knew when that man did that dip and that dive, you knew what time it was. You knew. You knew it, and you knew they sucked better than us, okay? So you went for the gusto, and you going, let me check on Tinder right here. Everybody know when you go to those type of websites, you could get anything and anything. And that's what you came for. The bad part is, now I think he set the tone. He has set the goddamn tone now. And I think it's just going to be even harder for transgenders to just like even state their case. I really do. What does this say about America? What does this say? What are the people
what does this
saying?
say to the trans community that somebody can just claim that you deceived them even if they knew? And I like how T.S. Madison put it. T.S. Madison clocked the fuck out of this whole, oh, trans women are deceiving men shit. She said, boo. It's not that he didn't know, bitch. You didn't know. You the one who didn't know that your man was trans attracted.
Exactly.
You the one who didn't know that your homeboy was trans attracted, baby. It ain't that he knew because, and she followed up so swiftly and so professionally with, y'all so quick to call a trans woman man. Oh, that's a man. That's a man. That's a man. Look at her feet. Look at da. So if you know that's a man, how the fuck he don't know? He don't know that it's a biological male. So on one end, y'all want to argue that people around here deceive them, but at the same time, y'all like to tell trans women how they so non-passable and how they so clockable. So how the fuck could? So you can't have both of those things. Either trans women look like fucking men, which means that none of these niggas who fucking with trans women are actually being fucking deceived. They know exactly who they with, what they're searching for. Look, I used to deal with a piece of trade, and he was attracted to effeminate gay men and attracted to trans women. And this was his own personal persuasion. Okay, now this nigga had also did like 8 years in prison because he had jumped the dude and had killed, and the boy had died after him and his homeboys had jumped the boy. So he served like 18 years in prison, but he was also trans attracted. This nigga also got like 6 baby mamas.
Stop fucking with these niggas. Why do y'all like these type of niggas? Leave these type of niggas the fuck alone.
No, listen, I didn't know it, but when I was like 29, right, I met a guy on a bus. He was nice, he was sweet, all this, that, and the third. Good loving dude. He did like 5 things at one time. So when moving forward, I found out that he liked to sleep with guys because he had been to jail and this, that, and the third. So they're good lovers. The one I slept with was an amazing lover, honestly. But I couldn't get past knowing that he liked to sleep with men. You're not going to sleep with me and sleep with men. I wasn't as educated as I am now. I wasn't as open-minded as I am.
I am so frustrated right now. I don't want to go apocalypse. I am so frustrated right now. Joshua said, I can't imagine how that mayonnaise man could be passable here. And see, this is what frustrates the fuck out of me about this shit going to trial. So how did the defense not argue that Mr. Etute's plight is no?
That's an ugly ass name.
Hold on. How could the defense not counter Mr. Etute's defense by saying, Your Honor, jury, if Mr. Etute was so fucking concerned with the gender of this individual, he would have never walked into an all-black apartment with a hooded person and allow this person to complete their sexual act on him and gift him with $50 if he was so concerned about the identity of the person.
It speaks to the quality of the defense attorney.
The shit part about it is that Mr. Etute literally didn't even have to lie. He gave away all of the guilt. He explained all of the guilty verdict, and yet I don't understand how that much information was able to be expressed and articulated. I wanted to have a sexual experience. I met a random motherfucker off Tinder. They came to the door completely clothed. Their face was hidden in the darkness of a hoodie. The entire apartment was black, and yet I still got this sexual act performed on me, walked away with $50, etc. And then it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come back and confront this person. What could be a reasonable defense when you put yourself in a position to hook up with God knows who? You didn't know who the fuck was in that apartment. You didn't know who the fuck was behind that hood, and you didn't give a damn when it counted. Because the only thing that you gave a damn about was getting your fucking cock blowed. That's all that you cared about. And then
it speaks to the quality of the defense attorney. He wasn't a good attorney.
been able to articulate all of that, explain the whole setup, explain what happened on Tinder, explain how they met, the circumstances, and yet gets to be acquitted and then use a self-defense argument because you deceived this man into getting into his apartment and get to claim that you felt your life was a threat because you felt he was reaching for a weapon.
He should have been reaching for a damn gun and blasted his brains all over the place.
Jace, welcome to the platform, boo. Good morning. Your thoughts,
Good
please.
morning. Good morning. First off, I'm just sick of it. The defense attorney was not a good defense attorney because he could have poked holes in all of that testimony. And the jury was biased. I don't give a shit. They were biased. They allowed their own dislike, their own feelings about the gay community, the trans community. They allowed that to get in the way of being. You're supposed to, when you're on the jury, you're supposed to put all of that aside. I've sat on juries. I've worked in law all of my life, and you're supposed to put all of your personal feelings aside, especially in cases where somebody's life is on the line. So he had everything going for him. He had a poor defense attorney. This was the prosecutors. Let's see. He had the attorney was poor and the jury was biased. So this young fellow who was talking about going off and living his dream as a football player or whatever, I think that he can just keep on dreaming because his career is going nowhere. And I really hope the family comes back and files a civil lawsuit against him in order to get money damages. You can't, double jeopardy won't allow him to be tried a second time for murder. But I hope the family comes back with a civil lawsuit and goes after him for money damages. This was a real miscarriage of justice. A real miscarriage of justice. And it's a shame. And it's like these people who have acquitted these boys of rape who are in college because Betsy DeVos and them talking about we don't want to ruin their lives.
Fuck
you know,
their
what
life.
about the lives of the victims?
Exactly. That's what I say all the time.
victims. Their lives are ruined. They're mentally screwed up. But you're going to say you don't want to ruin the lives of these young men who are predators. You know, it's
fuck their damn life.
This justice system is so fucked up. You know, it just is.
How do y'all feel about B Queen to you Hammond's comment? So happy this young man is free to continue his life journey. Sexual predators pay a price when they are discovered. The entire town knew he had a long history of tricking young college students. Here's my question to that. So if
Black Swan a bitch ass bitch.
Hold on. B Queen to you. If the entire hold on, because B Queen to you. If the entire town knew, then could it not be argued that this is exactly why Mr. Etute even went for Angie to begin with? Because this was a well-known.
He knew.
Why did he even have to tell anybody?
He was a well-known individual who was known for impersonating women or whatever the case was, and probably even gifting men, etc. Because he walked away proudly with that $50 after the whole session as well. So how do we know that this wasn't intentional? To your point, B Queen, if the entire town knew, then it could be argued that Mr. Etute knew as well.
That's right.
Followed up.
Maybe it's their fault. They the one that need to stop sticking their dick in every damn thing that got a mouth or a hole. Maybe they need to stop doing that.
He want to see your face. He generally want to see who he's getting.
If he attracted to you, I gotta see who you are. If I'm even attracted to you,
because it's a blind date. Now you go to the door and you knock, and the person open up the door, but you can't see their face because it's completely dark, and you still choose to walk your happy ass in there. You choose to walk on there. Come on now. It don't even take and you in college. You in college and you ain't get that question right.
Auntie J, it's about him and his career.
Right.
Don't
He
you
didn't get
see?
that
It's about him and his career. And they and we and you know the marginalized communities, we are disposable people. Our lives don't mean shit.
Let's
And
dispose of their ass.
it's more so in the LGBTQIA community.
And
Let's
he
There is
make
said,
no,
these.
these men are not tricked, okay?
I don't
They're
believe
not
that he.
tricked.
Let's make their ass disposable.
And and
Dispose of
and
these
it,
homophobes and transphobes.
The
Let's make
guy
their life
gave,
disposable.
and
Dispose of
it's
them motherfuckers.
and Miss Angie gave him $50 for him to suck your meat. So you got your boys together, y'all broke as shit. Yeah, I know a girl, Angie, man.
Wait,
She'll
she
give you
gave this nigga
Yeah,
$50?
yeah. She gave him.
Hell no.
No, let me tell you how
Hold on.
it
Let me
goes.
hold on. Let me read it for you, Miss Monica. Let me put it in black and white for you.
Yes,
After,
dog.
hold on. You guys cannot talk at the same time because it blurs out when the other person is speaking. After a near anonymous sexual encounter with Angie and her at her apartment on April 10th, 2021, during which Mr. Etute allegedly told detectives himself that she kept her place dark, hid her face with the hoodie, and paid him $50 after performing oral sex on him, according to ABC affiliate WJLA. These are his words and not mine.
If anything, let me say this. If anything, that nigga should have paid. It should have made him pay out of the ass. Make these niggas pay.
The prosecution didn't make his case because the prosecution could have gone in on the defense in that bullshit. They really should have picked the meat right off the bone, and they did not. It's
almost like he just got to talk to his. It's almost like he got to just have a conversation about what honestly happened and have everybody just be like, okay, cool, go home. It's like he didn't even have to lie. He didn't even lie. He told the truth, and the truth is littered with everything that incriminates him, and yet he gets acquitted.
Yeah.
And you know what the judges and the prosecutors, y'all, they all know each other. And so they had little tillers and conferences together. They had it already planned out what they was going to do. You know, this is a well-known dude in the college. He's going to college. He want to make some of himself. Meanwhile, this is a well-known dude doing
he comes from a good Christian family. All that.
He's playing football, all the things. The great American boy.
Well, he will be remembered for being a murderer. I don't care what.
Why would he pay to suck this cockroach's dick?
I don't think he's gonna be remembered as
He's gonna be held as a hero, and he's gonna be used as a trope to say. He's gonna be used as a trope to fear, as a trope to put fear in the trans community. He's gonna be
put no fear in me,
and used as a caution sign for the trans community.
I don't put no fear in me.
With all the gay football players and basketball players. Come on now. Somebody is going to remember what he did.
They going to remember, but they ain't going to speak on it because you got to remember the football players and things of that nature in the NFL do it too. They do it too. They all do it. They all do it, girl.
And many of them are out. I mean, many are out as being same gender loving.
Many are not out though. But it's many that are not out. They can't take the public hype.
Because they are bitch. That's why. Don't give these niggas no pussy. Don't give them no ass. Don't give them nothing. Let them sit there and suffer from horniness. And let them jack their fucking dick off. These niggas don't deserve nothing. They don't deserve sticking their dick in nothing. Until they get their fucking act together, don't give them no pussy ass nothing. If they ask, charge them $1 million. You know they ain't got that because they broke as a motherfucker.
Hold on. I want to read a B Queen to You's response. Wow, I swear some of y'all are crazy in the head. Stop tricking people. Angie was a man.
B Queen, shut your punk ass up.
Angie was a man pretending for years, tricking new students. Stop picking parts of the story. He was a serial predator. So if that was his, but I'm saying to your argument, if that was his reputation, be queen to you. Okay, and everybody knew this. Okay, not only did so if everybody knew this, it means that Mr. Etute and all his homeboys who also got oral sex from Smith also would have known this. They all participated in receiving oral sex from somebody who they allowed to be close with all of this darkness and all this shadiness. They met up with Mr. Smith during whole hours under whole low lighting, and he was also known for giving payoff. So they all walked away with change in their pocket, happy-go-lucky. So how was this? So I'm not saying that Mr. Smith wasn't a predator, because clearly he was using deception to get what the hell he wanted, to get the sexual gratification that he wanted. But what I'm also saying is that none of these men are also empty, because they were with the shits. They were with the shits, and they all were okay. Hold on, and they all were okay with these circumstances and this event. They didn't become feeling away until they all made each other aware that they all had been with Angie. So then they all ganged up and retaliated to prove their manhood unto each other. So I'm asking you, be queen to you, where is the accountability on Mr. Etute's end, who came to another person's apartment randomly off of Tinder in the salacious hours of the night, who he couldn't even identify the complexion of, he couldn't identify any facial features of. He allowed this person to open the door, completely dressed and covered from head to toe. He allowed himself to enter into their apartment, which was completely blacked out, allowed himself to receive oral sex and to receive $50, and didn't wait until 4 weeks later, after he had had a conversation with his homeboys.
He needed $50 more.
And then even with that, how is it that Mr. Etute was able to say that shit to a jury and it not be argued that it was premeditated? Does this footage not show that something was fucking premeditated here? They literally came to this man's fucking house as this was a family affair. So how is this not premeditated? He literally deceived Jerry into getting into his apartment. He literally told him he wanted to see him after for another sexual rendezvous. So it's okay for Jerry to use deception, but it's not okay for Mr. But it's okay for Mr. Etute to use deception, but not Jerry. He completely lied to this man to get back into his apartment, and then brought his friends with him. What do you imagine was the conversation for weeks when they all knew we were going to do this? We're going to go to this motherfucker's apartment, and because I can bet you a wet dollar bill that whole conversation around when they formulated this plan to confront Jerry was centered around, if I go to this motherfucker's apartment and this is a goddamn man, I'm going to kill this motherfucker. I'm going to fuck this motherfucker up. And guess what? When they ran, look at the panic in their running. They knew they had them fucked up. They knew
that's what they black baboon looking ass get.
Because they came to fuck Smith up. They left Smith having a seizure on the floor and did not call an ambulance, did not give an anonymous tip to the hospital, no nothing. But yet he got to argue self-defense and non-premeditated, say he didn't mean to hurt anybody. I'm just
be queen. Get your bitch ass up here. Tell this bitch to come up here. She ain't gonna do that because she a pussy.
I think that I would counter by saying that anyone that thinks murder is okay is crazy. And
she a pussy ass pussy. Bring your ass up here, be queen. Can y'all still hear me?
Premeditated, cold-blooded murder. That's what that was. And he couldn't have feared for his life because he had two of his homeboys there. If he was that afraid, he had backup. So none of that washes. And I agree with Auntie T. They probably went into the judge's chambers, the prosecution and the defense, and they go into the judge's chambers and they discuss this because the prosecution did not make its case when it could have. It's a miscarriage of justice.
Frankie,
all the way around.
He is sexy. Who is this right here? He fine.
The verdict.
You don't have no man.
The verdict happened.
Frankie.
The verdict took place on Thursday, May 26th is when they ruled, and he was acquitted. He's now a free man after he told the courts how he beat this man to death and left him there. His family had the only reason why they knew that Smith was dead because the family did a welfare check. Because they didn't He got to explain how they all had let this ride for weeks, and it wasn't until, him and his friends sat around and realized they all had, been with the same Angie, and now all of a sudden now we need to go and confront this person because they may have been male, but none of them was going to do shit until they all had communicated about Angie amongst each other. Hold on, and you know what?
Joshua, there go Joshua talking shit again. Joshua, I'll slam dunk your punk ass. Bring your bitch ass up here, then, nigga.
I want to read this for everybody who is just coming new, because I want y'all to hear it from out of his own words. A suspended Virginia Tech linebacker took the stand in his own defense during his trial for killing a person who he alleges pretended to be a woman during an intimate encounter. Mr. Etute, 19 years of age, stands accused of the 2021 murder of Jerry Paul Smith, 40 years of age, who Etute met under the name Angie. Okay? After a near anonymous sexual encounter with Angie and her at her apartment on April 10th, 2021, during which Etute allegedly told detectives that she kept her place dark, hid her face with a hoodie, and paid him $50 after performing oral sex on him, according to an ABC affiliate WJLA. Mr. Etute allegedly said he began to suspect Angie was not a woman when he returned to the darkened Blacksburg apartment on May 31st for what Angie believed would be another sexual encounter. Etute allegedly told detectives he used his phone flashlight to illuminate her face and discovered she was a man. He then allegedly admitted to detectives that he punched Smith 5 times, possibly kicked his victim in the face, and ran out of the apartment to sounds of bubbling and gurgling, according to the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Smith was discovered dead the following day after his family requested a welfare check. The medical examiner said he died of blunt force trauma, and the autopsy report revealed that every bone in his face was broken. He had missing teeth, and he sustained multiple facial fractures, according to the paper. So here's another thing that's interesting, that he got off to non-premeditated. But if he felt afraid for his life, why is it that he hit this man multiple times? He didn't hit this man once and then flee the space. He again and again and again and again and again and again and again, and he had not even seen a weapon at this point. He only suspected there was a weapon and then admitted that he never even had seen a weapon prior. So this was all in his head, all in his mind, and he got to justify why he overkilled the situation. And they think that this is justice, and his attorney feels that the jury made the right choice because of Zoan. Do I still got it? No, I ain't still got it. Etute took to the stand on the third day of his trial and gave a play-by-play of what he now says happened the night that Smith died. And after being prodded by his friends in the prior weeks about whether Angie was actually a woman, Etute admitted he went back to the apartment with 2 friends who waited outside in the hallway of Smith's apartment complex. Quote, "If it was a man, I was just going to run out." But yet, that's not what he did. He testified that once he put that flashlight to the person's face, if it was indeed a man, he was going to leave. Instead, he decided to sit there, ask him, "Why did you deceive me? Why didn't you tell me you were a man?" He proceeded to have a whole conversation and then decide that he was threatened for his life after he deceived Smith into getting into his apartment under the guise that they were going to hook up for the second time. And yet he literally says to the jury, if it was a man, I was just going to run. Nobody asked why he didn't do just that then after you put the flashlight to his face. Because remember, let's go up a little bit. He testified that hold on, because I want to help people keep the continuity here. Okay. He testified that he told detectives in April 10th last year that she kept her place dark, hid her face with a hoodie, and paid him $50 after oral sex. here it is, on May 31st, that he told detectives that he was going to go back on May the 31st for what Angie believed would be the second sexual encounter they would have. And he was going to use his flashlight to illuminate her face and discover she was a man. And that's exactly what he did. He went back to the place with his two friends on the 31st, got into her apartment or Smith's apartment by using deception, the same thing that he killed Smith over doing to him. And then once he found out that Smith was a man, he did not run out of the apartment, as he said and testified. If it was a man, I was just going to run out. But he didn't do just that. He goes on to say that he then pulled back his partner's sweatshirt hood, turned on his phone's flashlight, and discovered his partner had a man's facial hair. Then he, quote, said, "I felt violated. I was just shocked in disbelief that someone had tricked me and lied to me, but you was okay being paid $50 for letting somebody suck your dick." Etute then claimed he got up, stood next to the bed, and asked Smith, "Why didn't you tell me?" Wait, but the jury don't say nothing. Wait, how does the defense attorney say, "Hold up, what happened to you running out of the apartment?" You now done seen that Smith is not who he presented himself as on Tinder. You don't run. Instead, you stand up and proceed to have a whole conversation with Smith. "Why didn't you tell me, Smith?" He testified. He alleged that Smith chuckled and then reached for Etute's crotch with one hand and then reached down the side of the bed with the other. Etute said he was worried that Smith was attempting to grab a gun. Bitch, if you barge into my fucking apartment under deception,
you get your head blown off.
And then you getting rowdy with me in my motherfucking place. And yes, I have deceived you and you pissed off. I'm about to pull out something too to let you know that this better be only a verbal conversation that we about to have. Because
exactly.
On the motherfucking popping if anything else happens. Okay? Now, Smith had 3 weeks. He had a whole month. He had a whole lot of other choices he could have made. Why even go back into Angie's apartment? You could have contacted the law. You could have contacted your lawyers. You could have consulted with professionals about what to do in this situation. He didn't even give himself any of those options. He went straight for the net. He went straight for the gusto. But he got to admit to detectives what his plan was for him. I was going to see if this was a man, and if it was, I was going to bounce. But got to tell the courts that he in fact didn't run. He had a whole conversation that led to a mailing. This whole thing could have been avoided had he did what he said he was going to do. I'm going to go there. This is a man, I'm hauling ass, etc. But yet, this wasn't premeditated. How was it not premeditated? I don't understand.
The judge didn't see it as such. They want to sweep this case under the table, get rid of it, don't do much questioning to him, let it pretty much go easy, give it to the jury, we're done. College boy goes back to school and continue his life.
Fuck his life. His life should have been ended.
No, I'm telling you politically how it went.
And this is another thing. When you there are no pictures of Jerry for whatever reason on social media. There's not even any. So this is another thing. Why are there no pictures of this alleged profile? How do we know that Jerry was actually posing as Angie? We don't see an image. We don't see the picture that was used on Tinder. No, nothing.
They took all that down. They took all that down.
Why? They don't take shit else down.
Look, I live in DC, right?
When it gets involved in the media, everything goes down. Like a mass killer. When a mass killer,
all them pictures up online, all of they, even the pictures of the Uvalde, Texas killer, of him allegedly being trans, which was debunked. All of them images was online.
No, I'm saying his social media was wiped clean. They deleted it.
But what I'm saying is that after the media got involved, all that shit should be involved because the media don't leave no stone unturned. Everything is always thrusted up.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, and there's no images of
like
Jerry. There ain't even no images. There's hardly any images of Smith, yet alone just Angie, a personality. But I want to welcome NY Peeps to the stand. Good morning, NY Peeps. Your thoughts?
Good morning. Good morning. This is really bothering me because I feel there are a lot of things going on. I think, for one, that they always bragging about getting some oral from Angie, and then they ran into somebody that knew that was a man, and then they was all embarrassed. And the football player that did the damage, I think he was the one trying to act all gangster, and everybody pushed him up to it. Getting the $50, he was the trick, not the other guy, not at all. And his lawyer was the worst. In criminal trials, you never put your client on the stand. Never. That's the worst thing you can do.
For him, though, it worked out for him in this case.
It did work out in his favor, but see, that was the plan. Because the lawyer, the defense attorney, and the DA had to have something going on. This has got to be the defense attorney probably last year or last few months as defense attorney and probably going on to be a DA. A lot of them do that. And so they probably had talked about this. I'm going to make sure I drop this case so I can go on about my business. And the DA probably did him that favor to make it look good for the defense lawyer so he can go ahead and get moved to a prosecutor. This was just too much for him to be set free. Women do not hide their face when they're giving oral. There's no need for that. They know how men want to look at that, how they working it.
What you say,
also showing you how sleazy Mr. Etute is, allegedly. He was that horny. He was that full of sexual arousal that he didn't give a damn whether he couldn't identify the person who opened the door. He didn't give a damn that he couldn't even identify any place in the apartment because it was all in darkness. Then he receives, to your point, a $50 fucking payment and carries this around just fine for a whole month.
Yeah. That was crazy.
And then he gets to come back to the apartment and deceive Jerry the way he claims Jerry deceived him, and then gets to come with 2 other motherfuckers at that. But this wasn't premeditated. Okay.
Right. And the last thing that just gets my gut is the hierarchy in America for our people. The clear folk, and then the yellow folk, and then the brown folk, and then the queer folk. That's terrible that we have to live like this. You know, it just really is.
In my town, y'all, we have a justice building downtown, and it's a big statue out there, and it said the scales of justice is blind, and one of the scales is up, and one of them is almost down a little bit, and the lady that's holding the scale got a mask over a blindfold over her eyes. The scales of justice are blind. This is one of those cases right here. They pushed it under the carpet, I truly believe. The judge, prosecutor, and defendant, they all part of a brotherhood. And so they got together and talked it out. I've been the same way too. And men agree with men, and they were like, we're not going to push this case for taxpayers' dollars.
Plus, they probably wanted to redeem themselves from killing us all up all of these last few years, and George Floyd and everybody else that's been going on. And they've done killed a few people for nothing here in Virginia.
They wanted this case to go away to me.
Yes,
and
they do.
It's because it was done so quick. In 3.5 hours, this man is free. That slaughtered and killed a man.
And it just happened last year. During the pandemic, people are sitting on trial for a very long time trying to get in the court system. This was definitely a planned situation.
Yes, it was.
I would never believe nothing else.
Right, they made him the forefront where the brothers can go back to being down low in peace. And
Stop
they won't have
giving these brothers the time of day. Leave these nasty dick ass niggas alone. Leave these motherfuckers the fuck alone.
And keep deceiving women, because down low men are deceptive and deceivers as well. That ain't what you really want.
That ain't cute. Being down low is not cute.
It's not,
it's not because it causes a lot of problems.
It does, but they can't be honest about it. That's why they DL. I had one now, Pete. I had her down low, and it was horrible for me. It's when I found out. It was one of the worst feelings I ever felt in my life. To know that this dude, screwing dudes. I ain't angry at him screwing dudes, but let me know. That's all.
To your point, a touch of Noor. Yeah, the only person who was charged and initially arrested was Etute, because he was the one who physically assaulted Smith and also entered the apartment. Everyone else waited outside.
Well, that's crazy too, because normally everybody gets shot.
And because he was acquitted and found innocent, then of course, anyone else who would have been coangled into this also gets to bypass any charges as well, because this was not considered premeditated. They found the circumstances to be rational. They found Mr. Etute's reaction and behavior and everything that had led up to the circumstances to have been completely appropriate. So, yeah. So ultimately, the courts ruled that Jerry got what he deserved.
Well, thank you, Conscious. I'm going to drop back down.
Thank you so much, NY Peeps. I feel just like you, but I think it's disgusting. And to Jason's point, this is definitely a total, what did you call it, Jason? A miscarriage of justice?
Yeah, the scales of justice is blind.
Yes. But thank you for coming up, NYP.
Yes, an absolute miscarriage of justice.
All right, y'all take care. Have a good day. Happy Sunday.
You too, love.
You too.
I'm also curious to know what the comment section looks like under his acquittal. Let's read a few of these. Let's read some of these things. One writer wrote, "That attorney looks as put together as his briefcase. Even he was flabbergasted by the verdict." Yeah, like the defense, like I was floored too. Somebody else wrote, "People need to stop lying and be honest about who you are, period. That man deserved the right to know who he was dealing with. You can't force that on him or anyone. He'll never be the same after this." Someone else wrote, "Isn't this one of those heat of passion crimes? Go from parasympathetic to sympathetic of a different type. And an 18-year-old mind must be too much. Unfortunately, 40-year-old sounds crime like it." Okay, that sentence is all butchered. Somebody else wrote, "It's far from over. This young man will need years of therapy." Someone else said, "Stop catfishing people just because you say you're doesn't mean you shouldn't disclose that to people." People need to really use smart text. It's crazy. Somebody else wrote, "Good for him. Don't take advantage of people and this won't happen. Hopefully he'll be able to get his life back on track." Someone else wrote, "Beautiful. I'm glad justice has prevailed. Hopefully this will be a lesson." See, that's what I told y'all. They were going to use Mr. Etute as a trophy and as a way to send a message to the trans community who, let's be very clear, this is not about trans women needing to disclose their gender identity. This world does not like trans people. They don't want trans women to even exist, okay? And in any kind of way they can stop trans women's visibility, any way they can stop trans women from existing, from having access to any type of decency and normalcy in their life, they will, because they're going to have to do everything but kill trans women, because the hate for trans women is real. And now we know it's just as much hate from mayonnaise trans women as there are.
We need to start hating their ass back. That's what we need to start doing. Start hating these motherfuckers back. They ain't doing nothing to me. I wish they would think they could have put their hands on me. First of all, I got the spirits protecting me. They ain't touching me.
Oh, listen to more of this.
And I carry.
Someone else said, good. If you are the same sex as someone and you are using deceptive practice, there will be consequences for your disgusting actions. Let this be a lesson.
It's going to be a consequence if you walk your ass up on me.
Someone else wrote, he is a hero. The governor should give him a medal. Someone else wrote, all his...
Well, the police should give them a medal for killing y'all nigga asses. Police should get a police medal. How about that, bitch?
Someone else wrote, this is a win for us normal people. Someone else wrote, happy for him. Someone else wrote, gay panic defense works even when outlawed in state. A repugnant as any sexual assault is, I'm confident that women like me are far less likely to be physically assaulted and violently killed, even if we wrongfully grabbed a man against his will. But justice reflects the tastes and values of the people. So here we are.
But they sit here and tell me that violence ain't the answer. I think violence is the only motherfucking answer.
Someone else with sense wrote, this is insane. He accepted $50 after receiving oral. Clearly, this was a trans action. Someone else wrote, this is great. Hopefully, he will go on to make better choices. His ass better. Someone else wrote, finally, Lady Justice got something right. Salute to the brother. I wonder if he will be able to go back to BT. Someone else wrote, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The Bootsy gang, the little Bootsy gang needs to take this. Oh, the Bussy gang needs to take this L and keep it pushing. Someone else wrote, he is guilty as sin. Someone else wrote, catfishing, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and it goes on and on and on. Yusuf, good morning and welcome to the platform.
Hey, Yusuf.
What are your thoughts?
Hey, Grand Rising. I just got up a little while ago, and yeah, I was listening, and I missed the first half. Hello, everyone on the panel. And
hey, Yusuf, how you doing, boo?
I'm good. And CTV, I ain't gonna tell you live, but call me the fuck back, okay? But
I will.
Oh, I'm gonna call you. I forgot to call you too.
Yeah. So this the thing. Do y'all notice how to me it's so many layers to this? Like it's the black people that's the one under there talking about, yeah, this is justice, this is that. That's us. Because a lot of ways when you don't fight for your right and your position in the world, it affects a lot of different things, like a lot of different things. And then like with all the predatory behavior, like how come they don't go this hard on child predators? You see what I'm saying? How come they don't go this hard on people who are over sexualizing the children in the community based on predatory actions? You see what I'm saying? But when it comes down to adults, they're going to immediately take the side. It's going to be a lot of factors. There's going to be the race factor. You know me, I usually choose the black. And then there's the other factor, it's the sexuality. And then you got to really sit down and see. And it's the man and the woman. You got to sit and see. You know, it's just all these different layers to the whole situation. It's just so sad to see that this is what black people will come under there and be like, yeah, that's what they get about just because it was a white person. Because had the racial roles been reversed, had the racial roles been reversed, it would have changed the whole dynamic of everything. But it showed them how much they hate gays just a little bit more than our black ass. And so at least that's one thing less that we should be divided on. It's all of y'all is over sexual, from the men, the women, the children. Everybody's thotting and bopping all over the community, and it's all pride. And that's why you're walking around this horny and desperate. Okay, you're not even unattractive. You walk around this horny and desperate to go and get sucked off in the dark space by anybody that you just don't know, man, woman, complexion, shape, size, nothing. And you're just sitting there and you didn't care until your boys told you that was a dude. And that is when all of that happened. And now rewind again. If the racial roles were reversed, make no mistake that the Klan who hate N's and F's and all of that would have been out there riding for their people. They took this one on the chin just so that we can stay divided. I want y'all to pay attention. They took the back road on this one just so that we can stay divided, because they don't care either way. They have every other power and the power structure to even make this decision.
But look at how crazy this is, Yusuf. This country, this particular system, even hates mayonnaise trans women so much that they would allow a black man who they absolutely hate to get away with murdering a queer person. That's
right. That's right.
This speaks to the this sets up such an interesting hierarchy, because we have an instance where white privilege should have been applied and it was not. He didn't kill a black a queer person. Jerry Smith is a Euro man, and this system allowed a black man who willfully went into a dark apartment by a person that he couldn't even see any facial features of to perform a full-on sexual act on him, and then tip him off with $50 and allow him to be just fine with that until he disclosed it to his homeboys a month later, who all went back with him to beat the hell out of Mr. Smith.
And this is exactly why I don't want to hear shit about no black man getting unfair treatment.
And yet white privilege don't even exist when it comes to this like cisgender versus transgender dynamic under the system.
So I don't want to hear shit.
And I'm shook that this system allowed.
I don't want to hear shit.
Allowed a black man out of all men to get away with a mayonnaise murder, because you would think that mayonnaise privilege would be a broad stroke across all mayonnaise folks, whether same gender loving, whether lesbian, whether non-binary, whether trans. Nope, the system hates queer people in general so fucking much that even if a queer person's life is taken at the hands of a black man, so be it. We will permit one time and one time only melanated privilege to exist.
That's why I don't want to hear shit about no black man being unfairly treated. I don't want to hear shit about that. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Consciouztv, I think they did that because they know that we're going to be the ones the most divided on it. I think that the non-blacks, they're pretty set on what they're going to do and how they're going to do. And they do things to show their support for their LGBT community. I mean, they're really the ones behind the whole agenda. For our agenda, it's things like this. And then for the black gays and queers to be accepted by their black side. Other than that, it's a different dynamic. I think that they specifically let him get away with that because they knew that we would be divided and that we need to be unified. They're more unified than us, so they can take one on the team. They can let go of white trash. They can let go of white queers. But it's that upper echelon of them that are really looking at this and social engineering the whole experience.
A little division is necessary. I don't want to be around these niggas no more. I'm sick and tired of them. We need to be divided against these dumbass niggas. Some of them we need to be divided from because they ignorant as fucking hell. They too motherfucking ignorant. Can y'all hear me well?
Yes, you loud and clear.
Absolutely.
All right, they too motherfucking ignorant. I ain't trying to be accepted by these niggas, but your ass is gonna respect me. If you don't respect me, it's gonna be consequences and repercussions. If you don't fucking respect me.
I'm just saying, a lot of people say the gay agenda, and then they don't mention that for the black.
Agenda.
It's not what it is. The way that they're weaponizing gayness against people, it's not. Ours is a whole different mission. And then plus, like I always bring this up, is the shame associated with the buck being broken. They never fought that. Again, it's many layers to living oppressed and just getting along. And then they always talking about, you know, like they're supposed to matter so much, but the women never matter, the children never matter, nothing else ever matter but what they got going on. And they knew that we was going to be at this point with this because they know that this is how we are. We're easily impressionable. We're easily divided. It's nothing new, you know, and it's just, to me, I'm not shocked really. To me, it's just like, okay, let's just see how many people are going to just jump out the woodworks and show their mindset. And it's the same thing that they do because let me tell you, and everybody's story is different. And I hate when somebody bring up anecdotal stories, but I will say this. I literally know a little boy who is now, you know, gay because of being sexually abused by his father. And his father used to put the mother's clothes on him and do all types of things to him, y'all. And now he's been acting out the same acts on other children. And it's been hard having to watch your child against other family and kids. You know, that's very hard. But nobody wants to hold these sexual predators accountable when people grow up to be sexually opposite or sexual, degenerate, whatever anybody wants to call it. If someone grows up with these ways, a lot of them have an origin story. You know, a lot of them have an origin story. And like I know for a fact, my friend's son, and when he grows up and he becomes trans and all of that, I'm going to remember his story.
I would like to know the makeup of the jury. I'd like to know.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm going to look into that, Jazz, because I might have to do a part 2. I wanted to ask you a question, Yusuf, and this is to the panel as well, and I want to welcome B Redemption and R Logic as well. Do you actually believe, Yusuf, that people can quote unquote turn queer or gay or turn trans through sexual assault? No. I know that you use that wording, but I don't know if that's indicative of what your actual perspective is.
Well, I'm just saying about it's a spiritual energy that can be caught, a predatory energy that can be caught. You know, like if you molest a young girl, she if a man does something to a young girl, she might grow up to be, a certain way. Like the predators, they look for them young girls who've been through trauma because of the way they see it, they're already broken in. They already know how to take it. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a level of that where one predator breaks, it's a breaking process, and then the next predator can get you. It's really scary. And so now you can catch different types of energies through sex, because like when a man and woman have sex, there's mystical energy to go into it. New blood, new bones, new teeth, new skin, new life, new everything. Very mystical and powerful energy. So regardless of if it's the same gender or not, there's still a lot of different energies that are being manifested right now. And so it might not be the actual new life aspect, but there's other factors of creation there. And so transmitting a lot of mystical energy. So I really don't know, but I do know a lot of people, like even myself, who always felt like I was always this way on the inside. I still had to be watched around men because of what they was trying to do to me. You know what I mean? Even though I was already that way.
You're born that way. You're born that way.
So but I've also seen people who turned that way behind that happening to them. And even as a person that way, I've seen people prey on me too. So it's a mixture. Everybody's different, CTV. Some people will catch it and some people won't. Some people already got it and some people are already preying on who got it.
Yes. Unfortunately.
And how does Monica, what is your perspective on sexual assault and the turning of someone's organ?
First of all, I feel like you're born that way. You don't turn that way. If somebody molested, because it's straight men who have been molested, but they still turn out to be straight. They still go off and they marry women and stuff like that. And it's gay, and you're born that way. It's not something you choose. I don't understand why people think that somebody will purposely choose this. I mean, I'm proud of who I am, but at the same time, I didn't choose it. I love who I am. And matter of fact, if I did have a choice, I'd probably still choose it because it's so much better than doing what these straight motherfuckers be doing. You know, I feel like you're born that way. And as far as I'm trying not to lose my train of thought. As far as this molesting shit goes, these molesters need to be fucking dealt with. All these predators running around in the damn community need to be fucking dealt with. But I was gonna say, before I said that, I was gonna say this. People do pick up on the fact that you are gay because you're born that way. And like Yusuf said, they pick up on it at an early age and they take advantage of you. Like they see your mannerisms, they see how you act. You know, these men that take advantage of that. They will take advantage of you because they already know who you are. Like, they go.
I've spoken to this subject quite a few times on my platform, and I know that this is kind of a hard thing for people to like really hear because, well, it's only hard for people who like have some type of underlying homophobia, but it's being concluded by psychiatrists that sexual trauma does not impact orientation, but it impacts like everything else around a person's inherent orientation. So like it'll distort whatever orientation you may have. Like it'll cause you to have intimacy issues. It may cause, which, you know, it can lead to hyperpromiscuity. It can lead to a lack of sexual expression, a lack of emotion.
Yeah, but you're still gay, like the booty warrior.
Yeah. So because to Monica's point, like sexual assault, even by someone of the same sex, does not necessarily like impact everyone. It doesn't impact everyone in the same way. But the reason why some people can be sexually abused and still be straight, regardless of being abused by someone of the same sex, is because, unfortunately, for those who do turn out or end up queer in some way, because this is the hard part of the truth. Unfortunately, somebody may not come to know that they're queer, but by way of their sexual abuse experience. And that's a fucked up way to come into same-sex attraction. That's a fucked up way to come into awareness of your own bisexual capacity. But it's not that you're being turned queer or turned bi, but it's just that those experiences may lead to you exploring those aspects of yourself, because we know that sexuality exists on a spectrum. And I want to read something before I let the other panelists speak real quick that I think articulate that a bit better than I. And this comes from stopitnow.org. And the question is, can being sexually abused determine sexual orientation? And the response is, the research that looks into your question of the impact child sexual abuse has on sexual orientation is limited. However, overall research does indicate that sexual orientation is primarily understood to be biologically based. This means that while trauma such as child sexual abuse can absolutely influence anyone's overall capacity for intimacy, relationships, and attractions, it most likely does not determine sexual orientation. Even when there is a correlation found between child sexual abuse and survivors of sexual orientation, other questions influence the ability to make any conclusive statements. For example, we do know that children who are perceived as gay, lesbian, bisexual, or trans are more at risk for being sexually abused. So when you study how many women who identify as lesbian have been sexually abused, the numbers may be higher than the general public. Also research through several online forums, So when you look into like the psychology, the data like amongst the psychology circles regarding this issue, they don't find much of a correlation.
I think they do a lot of humanizing of predators too. So I kind of listen to that with a grain of salt. With their systems and stuff, and the way that they always revise and update things to fit the revisionist historians. And they've been doing a lot of predator empathy lately. I don't
You're right. You're right. Even in court cases, when they're pleading their cause, it's always they always go back to the childhood or the behavior that was put upon them. They do their best in these court cases to humanize these men and women, even though oftentimes it's not successful. They still end up going to prison. It's just a thing.
But that's also completely unrelated to the way that sexual abuse impacts the victims, though. The predator is a separate thing from the impact of sexual abuse upon sexual orientation. So I just want to make it clear that, because
I just couldn't imagine it being limited.
This is how like toxic ass hotep patriarchal niggas like Dr. Umar, this is how they misrepresent the issue. This is how they misrepresent the issue at hand. They use the fact that a lot of queer women, a lot of queer men have been abused as a way to illustrate how unnatural and perverse homosexuality is at its core.
Yeah, like that bitch ass Dawa.
But that is absolutely not true. I have read where the hormonal, when the baby is in the womb.
Hold on for a minute.
Okay.
Jazzy, hold on for 1 second.
Joshua, that's not true. What about Walter Hampton?
Hold on, Monica, hold on. Like, I'm actually speaking.
Okay.
What's fucked up about the way the research is approached is like, okay, so you have queer people on this panel, right? You got me, a Jazzy, who is a bi woman, Monica, who's a trans woman, Yusuf, who's a same gender loving man, Reckless, who is a same gender loving man. What would be so fucked up is like, so given our experience right now, okay, hold on, and just answer this, just a yes or no. I don't need a soliloquy. Is there any queer person on the panel who has been sexually assaulted?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No. No.
Okay, so I think that's 2 to, that's like 3 to 2. Okay, so for the queer people here who have not been sexually assaulted, like, it's crazy how, because I have never been sexually assaulted in any kind of way, I get to know that I'm queer without that experience. But had I been sexually assaulted, the narrative would have been that I'm queer because of my experience. When we now know without that experience, I would have been queer anyway. I was saying gender loving anyway. So that's what I don't like about the research, is that it's like the research is trying, because for a long time psychologists were like down the middle. There were like psychologists who understood that sexuality was a part of like our biological identity, and then there were psychologists who believed that sexuality was circumstantial, environmental, etc. And then so sexual abuse was one of those things that could be used to explain away, outside of the nature argument, somebody's queerness. And so to the open queer identifying individuals here who have unfortunately been sexually assaulted, that research then also suggests that you all are also queer because you've been sexually assaulted. And how do y'all feel about that narrative? Do you, Yusuf, and Logic and Jack feel that y'all are queer because of y'all's experiences?
No.
Okay, explain.
I don't, because when I was younger, I was much more feminine. I think me going to the gym and of course being around a lot of other men, I've learned to, I guess like, you know, toughen up, but I was much more feminine growing up. I do believe, now this is what I believe. I believe that I don't know what to call the person. They saw that I was much more feminine. So I felt like it would be easier to, in their logic, reckless logic, in order to me logically think, I think it'd be easier to, I guess, go for a child that is much more feminine, because you would think that they will probably be more down with it compared to a child that you think that would be more on the heterosexual side. They have more of a higher chance of actually saying something. So I believe that because I was much more feminine. I wasn't really into the sports and stuff and all those different types of things. But however, in the same breath, we also have to keep in mind.
It doesn't have anything to do with orientation in and of itself.
Exactly. But I was gonna say, but we also have to keep in mind too that a lot of times too, a lot of these men that you guys do date, marry, are engaged to, are fiancés, and all of those different types of things are the same people that also promote Boosie, that also encourages sexual assault. And at the same time, we also understand that a lot of heterosexual men are not even 1% open. I'm gonna say people are not open about the sexual assault that does happen to them. And I do believe it's very convenient that they do like to bring sexual assault when it comes down to queer people, but however, they never bring sexual assault when it comes down to other areas.
What I also find interesting, before I let Yusuf and Jazzy and then Redemption speak, is that like the research is interesting to me because like you don't like most people don't know what the like, or coming to know your orientation is a journey. It's not like you like just know it to know it. And so that's another thing that kind of scares me about the way some psychiatrists like, or some psychologists approach the whole correlation between assault and orientation, because I'm just like, so if coming to know your orientation is a journey, but then something happens early on in your experience. Like, how is that also not being kept in mind? Like, so to take the objective stand that sexual assault impacts orientation when even coming into your orientation, coming to know what your orientation is a journey for all of us. I didn't know I was same gender loving until, I mean, I didn't like no and have language and really been able to like objectively speak to my orientation until I was like in middle school. So I just understand how they don't keep that in mind. Like,
same. Like I always know who I like.
You can't use my experience, my sexual abuse experience, to say, okay, well, this is why you would have been gay.
Same for me. I know I always knew who I was. I got erection for boys mostly. You know, I got hard at second, third, fourth grade. I used to get horny. When I looked at the guys I liked, little boys walked around, I got turned on by them. I just always knew. But I just doubted myself, you know.
Yeah.
Like in the black community, that's what most of us had to fucking do. Doubt our damn selves because we around these ignorant motherfuckers. But yeah, I got erections. I'm pretty sure you can attest to that, Conscious, when you was that age. I mean, kids do get erections. I got plenty of erections. You know, kids do get hard. And even for girls, they pussy at that age, it vibrates, but it don't get wet. You know, they have feelings for other girls or boys. Boys have feelings for other boys or girls. You had these feelings. You may can't explain them, but you had these fucking feelings. But me, I was smart. I always knew who I was. I knew what gay was. I wasn't one of these dumb kids. I knew what babies came from. I knew all this. I was a smart kid. I used to write whole essays and stuff. I was a very smart kid, AB student. You know, I started acting out because them kids used to be picking with me and I had to fight them damn kids. That's when I started acting out. But, you know, I was a smart kid. I already knew about these things and I already knew who I was, but I had to doubt. I just kept it in, you know, especially growing up around ignorant black folks. You know, you had to keep it in. And then they picked on me, not because of that. They started fucking with me because of that in middle school. But I think they used to pick with me because I used to be in special ed. You know, and special ed does not mean you're retarded. It's just you need special type of. I learned differently from everybody else. You know, so that's why. And them kids pick me because of that. And I used to have to fight them damn kids. I fought boys, girls. I don't give a fuck.
I want to piggyback off of what Reckless Logic was saying.
Let me refer to this article real quick. This is from 1n6.org, and I want to read what it says here. The myth that most men who sexually abuse boys are gay. Studies about this question that suggest men who have sexually abused a boy most identify as heterosexual and often are involved in adult heterosexual relationships at the time of abusive interaction. There is no indication that a gay man is more likely to engage in sexually abusive behavior than a straight man, and some studies even suggest it is less likely. But sexual abuse is not a sexual relationship, it's an assault. The sexual orientation of the abusive person is not really relevant to the abusive interaction. A man who sexually abuses or exploits boys is not engaging in homosexual interaction any more than men who sexually abuse or exploit girls are engaging in heterosexual behavior. He is a deeply confused individual for various reasons, desires to sexually use or abuse a child, and has acted on that desire. I think that's important to remember about abusers and orientation, is that this is not about orientation, even for the abuse. It's about the abuse and weaponization of power over someone who is perceivably vulnerable. The second thing that I want to read here, and then Yusuf can speak, is the myth that boys abused by males must have attracted the abuse because they are gay or they become gay as a result. There are different theories about how sexual orientation develops, but experts in human sexuality do not believe that sexual abuse or premature sexual experiences play a significant role. There is no good evidence that someone can make another person be homosexual or heterosexual. Sexual orientation is a complex issue, and there is no single answer or theory that explains why someone identifies himself as homosexual, heterosexual, or bisexual. It is common, however, for boys and men who have been abused to express confusion about their sexual identity and orientation, whether they identify as straight, gay, or bisexual. Some guys who identify as heterosexual fear that due to their experiences as boys, they must really be homosexual. They may believe this would mean that they can't be a real man as identified by the larger society. Even men who clearly identify as heterosexual and men who project very traditional heterosexual traits may fear that others will find them out as gay or not real men. Men who identify as gay or bi may wonder if their sexual orientation was influenced in any way by the abusive experience, or may even be the cause of their orientation. Also, many boys abused by males wonder if something about them sexually attracted the person who abused them and will unknowingly attract other males and will misuse them. While these are understandable fears, they are not true. One of the great tragedies of childhood sexual abuse is how it robs a person's natural right to discover his own sexuality in his own time, which is what I was saying earlier. It is very important to remember that abuse arises from the abusive person's failure to develop and maintain healthy adult sexual relationships and his or her willingness to sexually use and abuse kids. It has nothing to do with the preferences or desires of the child who is abused, and therefore cannot determine a person's natural sexual identity. Yusuf.
Well, that was really exactly what I was kind of trying to say, because it to me, and it's crazy because with all the stuff, it's still a little bit teetering on the scale of humanizing the predators as opposed to catching predators and holding predators accountable and stopping predators. And it doesn't sound like this research is written by loving parents. That's all. It just sounds like the same nation jargon. But it's true. And because like even for my personal self, like I said, I just like Reckless, I was already feminine. People was already telling my mom, your son gonna be gay. It was already, she always had to watch me and watch dudes. You see what I'm saying? And then once I fell prey, you see what I'm saying? That sped up the whole process of what I already had going on. But like I said, I still know people. And even I know for my friend's son, he didn't appear like he was a little gay child. There's some kids who's gay and there's some kids who's not. Just like everybody's not gay, everybody who fell prey isn't either. You see what I'm saying? And so the issue here is the predators. What do we do now when we catch predators? Are you still scared to call the cops because you're like, oh, they go and
slice they fucking head up?
Oh yeah, are you scared to chop their fucking dick off because they did this to you?
Exactly, they need to be castrated.
At the end of the day, it does stop a lot of things. Your reproductive health, your gender identity, all that stuff is affected now, and it messed up puberty. It messed up everything, body development. Everything just started speeding up, and then so there is also other outside factors that do quote unquote make a kid gay or won't make a kid gay, and those things need to be checked too, like such as what goes on in our culture and all the homoeroticism and homophobia all mixed in one. All of the womanizing and bashing and self-harm and self-deprecating behavior. It's all ratchet as fuck. It needs to stop. And this is affecting kids and how they turn out too. Because they're watching all of y'all do this with your booty cheeks hanging out.
Yes. Well, I'd like to say that I agree with Yusuf that, well, I wasn't one that was ever molested. I was just always more comfortable with girls. I didn't even put a label on it. And I didn't even think about it when I was in grade school. However, when I went to college and I was invited to a party and I saw a woman that just stirred my pudding, I wanted to know her like that, you know. And I still didn't
disturb my pudding.
I still didn't, you know, and I never thought in my life that there was anything wrong with it. It feels natural to me. And then when I began to share that with hetero people, somebody said I should get psychological help, and somebody suggested that maybe it was just a phase, you know, all of that. And it has never been. And I have to admit that it took me a while to get comfortable in my own skin and say, this is, I'm cool with me, and I can't give a shit whether you are or not. And I agree with Yusuf that when people get together to have any kind of sexual encounter, there is spiritual energy that is exchanged. And yesterday I was listening to a lecture on the hormonal changes that a woman goes through when she becomes pregnant, and that throughout her pregnancy, the child feels all of that within the womb. So I would think that they would do more studying on it, just because that to me would also have an effect on a child when they come into this world. I mean, to me, it sounds logical that whatever is going on in the mother's womb, because a baby is there and close to her, that child is feeling that, and that it has a profound effect on who they are when they come into this world. But no,
that's just like when you get pregnant and whoever got on your nerves during the pregnancy, the child tends to look more like that person. I think that's where that comes from as well. You know, like
I think that impact though has to still be impact is very different from the idea that someone's entire orientation can be completely obstructed and reversed.
Yes.
If we are identifying orientation as belonging more to biological fundamentals about our makeup as humans, then saying that someone can be turned gay who is inherently not gay, that I can be turned white by having enough sex or enough exposure by white people, or being raised in white culture. And
exactly, that sounds so stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid.
And as a result of no matter how many white people I'm around,
I can go bleach my skin. You can still tell I'm black. I got these big ass lips. I got African features. I got this big ass nose. I just look like a fucking albino. They'll still tell I got these black features. They'll still know my ass is black.
The only reason why, you see, like this whole idea that people can be turned gay was something that was started by homophobes, because it was a way to connect our sexuality to something completely abominable like orientation. It was a way to not only explain it, but as a further justification to condemn queerness.
Right, it is.
And as the research bears out, that while there is very little research or data around suggesting that people can be turned gay, we do know that people's orientation are perverse in different ways, like leading to those like intimacy issues, leading to body dysmorphia, leading to promiscuity, leading to et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But actually reversing someone's orientation is, I don't think that's even possible. So not possible that even gay men and women who have been sexually assaulted by people of the opposite sex have not been turned straight. But see, that's another thing. It wouldn't even be no question if somebody turned straight as a result of sexual assault, because we are still living in that, like, we're still living within this culture that is categorizing straight as on the right side of things and queerness as being on the wrong side of things. And I think that we as queer people, we have to be very careful to correlate abuse to our orientation, living within a system that already is very confused and ignorant on sexual orientation, and is already looking for like ways to explain away sexual orientation, and then always using distress and abuse and
it's a catalyst.
else, yes, as a way. You never hear any virtuous, rational explanation. It's all connected to something gritty and abusive and exploitative and demonic and spirit and evil spiritually, etc. But I absolutely do know that sexual abuse definitely can open a person up to sexual perversion, and so you can have a heterosexual person acting out of complete alignment sexually because of abuse. But I think that it's just really fucked up to think that there are queer people being born into this system who have been abused, and then they have to actually wrestle with the idea of if their transness or bisexuality or queerness comes from their abuse, and then already living in a system where most people are going to say yes because most people are also inherently homophobic as fuck and transphobic as fuck.
We're living in a society that doesn't accept people standing in their truth. They are more comfortable with lies. You know, we can't, you know, how many of the people who are talking about being abused can, quote, turn you gay, end quote. How many of them have been abused? You never hear about that. How many of them are struggling with their sexuality themselves? You know, we're in a society that right now has become, you know, the hate was always there, but now it's okay to demonstrate that hate and that ignorance, so that it makes it just difficult for anybody to stand in their truth and say, yes, this is who I am, and I'm cool with it, and fuck you if you are not. You know, it's really a shame. And this young man being acquitted of murder charges, to me, is demonstrative of that hate and that bias, because there was bias shown all the way around.
Yeah, because even like with the issue of Mr. Etute and Jerry Paul Smith, it's just like if if there was no homophobia, queerphobia, transphobia to begin with, this would not have even been something that would have led to murder. But the only reason why it did is because queer people are being othered in such a way that you literally feel like you're doing something non-human when you come into contact, come into intimacy, come into sexual experience with queer people. It's almost as if it's equivalent to bestiality or some shit because of the issue of trans and homophobia. But Logic and Be Redemption, good morning. Welcome to the panel. What are y'all thoughts about Mr. Etute being acquitted of murder charges for his crime against Jerry Smith, who
Reckless.
Actually, you go before me. I'm gonna look up something real quick.
Be Redemption, good morning, love. Welcome to the platform. And what are your thoughts about?
Good morning. Yeah, I mean, I remember hearing about this story before, and it upset me. And I really didn't know much about it. But I sit here and I listened, and I feel like them boys, they knew. I mean, who goes and get paid to get head, then go into a dark room, and you're not checking for nothing? You knew something was up. You had no business killing that woman like that, even though she was wrong for luring them in. But at the same time, they went in there. She didn't hold nobody down. She didn't rape nobody. You could have easily cussed out and walked your happy ass out of there, but you did not do that. You killed somebody. And I love black men. My black king sitting right next to me right now. But I'm gonna tell you right now, our black men are
Stop
the
calling them
problem.
kings. They kings by the castle.
Stop, Monica.
No.
Stop. She can call her good black man a king if that's in fact what he is.
Okay.
Go ahead, Be Redemption.
What I'm gonna say is this: black men are becoming a problem. Not just for the LGBT community, for women, for everybody. They are pumping poison into our children. I used to hang around some drug dealers, and they used to sell to kids. You will sit around and you will do that stuff. You'll pump poison in. You're killing your own brothers and sisters. You're not stopping at men. You're killing women now too. And then you turn around, you killing the LGBT community because your ass is confused and you sleeping with them on the under. You don't know how to fix it on the inside. And that's the problem with me, because I had a down low dude and he waited until we moved in together to tell me at the end that he was over there sucking penis. And he used to do all that. And I almost sent him to the sweet by and by when I got done with him and threw his shit out my house.
You should have.
And the down low men is a problem. They're giving us AIDS. They're doing all types of stuff. And that's why I talk about, y'all talking about reforming the police, reform the black men. Stop praising them when they wrong. Stop calling them kings, because the fuck they ain't. It's only a couple of kings out here, and I'm sitting with one. But all of them ain't kings.
Exactly, girl. You better say that.
And I'm sorry, but this bothers me. It hit something, because the LGBT community, they really get shit on, because I see a lot of gay men, and because I work in the beauty industry, they do hair better than a lot of women, and we'll go to them and get so many ideas, and then you will throw them under the bus and say they nasty. Why is you doing that?
Because they trifling bitches. That's why. Only a trifling bitch would do some dumb trifling shit like that. They take our culture. They take the way we talk. Oh yes, hunty, no tea, no shade.
And let's just be real. We wasn't talking like that. And let's be real. Black women, we was not talking like that. Before the gay men start getting on the scene and start getting recognized, we was not talking about that. We was not talking like that. That came from them. That exaggerating talking, that came from fucking them. And let's be real. We want to snatch everything. Talk about it belong to us because it's feminine. No. Let's just say most people that get molested, it does not, and I'm not going to be long. Most people that get molested, it does not mean that they're going to be gay. I was molested by the same sex for years when I was a child. And I'm with a man. I've never been with a woman. But I hung around lesbians because I realized, I was like, that's not them. I love the person. Their sexuality ain't got nothing to do with me. But it's a lot of people. I believe that people that get molested and talk about, oh, I'll start being gay because I was molested. No, baby, you confused. You need to go get some counseling, first of all, and then see if that's really what's going on with you. Because I got a nephew right now, ain't never been molested, and he's gay.
But they okay? Confused with redemption. But people are only, but that's my whole issue. People are only refused because the culture is refused and biased when it comes to orientation. So people don't even have a fair start when it comes to understanding orientation, because they into a system to inform them to put anything queer, anything other than heterosexual, into a nasty box. So then if something happens to you, and then if you get abused in your experience, and then you continue to live and exist as a queer person of any kind, then you're bound to be confused about your orientation, because you already thought that anything around your transness or your queerness is inherently wrong. And now you got this negative experience as a justification. So the queer people, even straight people, are not even getting a head start, because you have people who have been sexually abused of the same sex who still have gone on to be heterosexual, but in their minds question if they are gay or bisexual because of their sexual assault experience.
Can I say something? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just saying, like, I just put it in the comments because, and I wanted to elaborate on this. It's crazy to me. Like, I see like a lot of things can be right at the same time. You know, a lot of people have different realities and stuff. It all adds to the collective consciousness. But it's crazy to me that people by and large kind of see that, okay, like a lot of black people is like, oh, that's what he did. He shouldn't have been tricking. He shouldn't have been doing. That's predatory. But when it comes down to child predators, nobody wants to attack them and whoop their ass. I don't understand that. It's like, okay, get them when they're an adult, but don't get them when they do it to a child. And so it's like the child don't have the right to defend itself. Since it can't defend itself, it don't have a right to be defended or something. I don't understand it. I mean, they shouldn't have did it, and he shouldn't have did it. They shouldn't have didn't, and we don't do it. Okay, I don't know, but do you see what I'm saying? Does anybody see what I'm saying? I'm saying like they're condemning and saying, okay, he shouldn't have did this and he shouldn't have did that. But there's most black people that was just down there that we saw them, they was kind of championing it and like, yeah, that's what they get for tricking them and da 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 da. But what about when they trick children out of their innocence?
But that's my whole argument is that like the only people who can be, I in no way, shape, or form believe that Mr. Etute and men like him are deceived. The only person I believe could be deceived in that equation are Yusuf are children. This are children and
protect them.
That's what,
They don't protect them, and they're not trying to stone people that hurt their kids. They're making excuses for them, letting them get away with it, saying that the girl was too fast, saying that she came on to my man, and saying certain things like that. You know,
and that's like how cancerous pale supremacy and because pale supremacy gives rise to surviving pale supremacy, and then it gives rise to anti-blackness, and that anti-blackness is what allows us to hold these subconscious beliefs and perceptions in our psyches against other black people that pretty much inform us to see other black people as inherently bad or evil. This literally, there's data around this. Do you guys know that black preschoolers are more than likely, are 4 times to be penalized, spanked, and punished in preschool in lieu of their mayonnaise queer counterparts because of the issue of racism and pale supremacy, that even white people hold this idea that black people are inherently more rebellious, disrespectful, bad behaving, and because we have been raised as black and brown people by pale supremacy, we also inherit these belief systems about each other. So, of course, when black and brown children are getting sexually abused, that shit is being swept under the rug, or we find some way to justify why this happened to the child, to your point.
Right. And some black men don't go punch him to death. Some black men don't go punch him to death because he did that to a black child. And so, but I just want to put that out there. I didn't want to shake the table.
But that's largely because of the issue of denial and an issue of black people not having a criminal justice system to rely on. So we kind of protected our criminals because the people who
don't claim them motherfuckers.
Because hold on. I'm speaking because black people also didn't want to put other black people into the hands of their open enemies. So we shielded even our criminals because we didn't have a system to really bring proper justice to. And most black people are sitting across from their abusers, are sitting right across at the dinner table, sitting right across at the Christmas shindig, the Thanksgiving shindig, right from their abusers. And it's still
in the same house.
And I think that there is room for some type of I'm also hold on, let me be careful about how I say this. I think there is room for some level of empathy because as black and brown people, we also know that a lot of our abusers have been abused themselves. See, the issue with the whole pitfall to being black in America is maybe we have had to over empathize even with other evil acting black people because we just have not lived a normal experience. We have not had access to normal resources like counseling, like a proper and sound criminal justice system, like therapy. We even had our medical system weaponized against us. Tuskegee, all of the ways in which black and brown bodies have been experimented on. We have not ever lived in a system that allowed us to be normal. Therefore, we aren't normal. And when we have even crime in our communities, we have thugs, we have abusers of all kinds, we have drug dealers, we have murderers, we have all this shit going on. We're protecting even those people Largely because we're all that we fucking have, and there really is no like, and who do you really feel comfortable calling upon to rectify these issues when the system around you is corrupted, the system around you is anti-black, the system around, like, so
hand them over to them, hand them niggas over to them. I don't care about them. Hand them over to the white man.
Can, and people do it all the time, but what I'm just speaking
I do not care.
What I'm speaking to is these are, and because I was listening to a conversation about reparations and shit the other night on somebody's channel and panel, and there were white people arguing that basically, you know, black and brown people should not really be afforded reparations because the modern contemporary black and brown people can pretty much work and have economic leverage and blah 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 blah. But this is why we still need reparations, because the effects of pale supremacy live on psychologically and intergenerationally in our lineage. There are things that we're still practicing as a result of a slave mentality and a survival mentality that are more dangerous for us than not. But it's a deep issue for black and brown people, and yeah, it's just a big issue. But a reckless, yes, I saw like, which, hold on. So to be redemption point, she was talking about the download community, and you know, and I don't defend the download community, but
I hate them.
But unfortunately, if you hate the download community, you have to hate the culture that produces the download community, because the download community is a birth child of homophobia. So if you hate download people, you got to hate the culture that created the level of fear mongering and persecution against queer people that leads to some people not quote unquote showing up in their truth, because it's completely rational to not show up in your motherfucking truth if that involves somebody putting a gun to your motherfucking head, you losing the love of your family, you losing the respect of your community, you being outcasted and separated from people and spaces that you deserve to be in, that you have a value system for. And once again, like, it's a trickle effect. We are acting as if we act like people just are because they are. People are not are like people just aren't because they are. These systems, this culture is toxic and sick, and it's producing sick ass people. So yes, we need to spare ourselves from the perpetrators of that sickness, but we also have to make sure that we give credit of that confusion to the authors of that confusion, and it's not the puppets of that confusion. It's the system that produces those doers that are ultimately the problem. I feel sorry for download people, because I know what I had to face when I came out of the closet, and I'm just like, I can definitely understand why people spare themselves from coming out of the closet. I can definitely understand why people would rather live a lie, because there are things that, as a result of being gay and being proud, not a self-loathing ass gay who found something wrong with what I was doing, but somebody who's proud to be queer, there are certain things that were taken away from me as a result of my confidence and my love for myself, things that were really hurtful. And when I think about people who are protecting themselves from that hurt and who find it easier to conform instead of being free, I would be lying to say that being Black and being openly queer, openly trans is easy, because it's fucking not. Like, trans women are losing their fucking lives. Like, queer men can barely sustain the homophobia perpetuated against them and their own families and the church and their communities and their peers and from their families. And this is what download people are sparing themselves from, is that level of physical and emotional violence. And it is not necessarily irrational to spare yourself and to save yourself from danger. Emotional danger is real. Psychological danger is real. Certainly physical danger is real. That shit is real. And people have shit to lose that is not so easy to give up on the heels of being proud and gay.
Like I said, jack your dick off until you get that under control. Don't go on Grindr with a faceless ass profile. Get yourself together. Get some counseling. Don't go date anybody. Don't go deceive anybody. Get some counseling until you can get that resolved. Focus on yourself. Don't go put other people's life in danger.
I don't understand why.
That's
I don't
easier
understand.
said than
Go ahead.
done.
I understand what you're
A
saying, but still.
prime example of the emotional advice I'm talking about, and I'm always going to refer to him because it's just a perfect illustration of the bullshit that I'm talking about. Hold on, somebody got some major feedback in the background and need to mute it. According to Marsha P. Johnson Institute, Morris Willowby's death was the result of an overdose after his girlfriend Faith left him out of fear for her own life, not due to the bullying he suffered after discussing their relationship online. Reese's suicide is not the time to discuss cis men who date trans women, the organization wrote. Faith went on Instagram Live to clarify that Reese actually died of an overdose after she left him. A heavy drug user, Reese threatened to take his life and Faith. She ran away to safety, and it was then that he committed suicide. The original story is that a Philadelphia man who was captured in a viral video being bullied for his relationship with the transgender woman. And I wonder, do they have this video? Here it is. This is the video.
You say, keep it in being. You fuck what? You fuck what? Bro, you do what? That's thorough? Like, that's not thorough. You sucking dick and all that. That's not thorough, sucking dick and all that. He sucked dick.
Okay, so this is what down low men are sparing themselves from. Because who the fuck has time to be defending themselves and defending the relationship that they're in and like, who has time to be not, who has time to not even be able to go to the fucking local corner store for fucking soda without being berated by a mob of ignorant motherfuckers making your business theirs? This is the shit that down low people are sparing themselves from. And I don't blame them because living is for the brave of heart. Actually living is for the brave of heart. And sometimes when we speak about down low people, we act as if there's nothing to fear, and there is. We act as if it's a perfect world to be queer. We act as if queer people exist in some lollipop-ass land where it's all safe and cool when we're all sitting here talking about the trauma of being openly queer in this particular culture. Even for those of us who are loud, out, and proud. The world is not safe for Black queer people. And when we talk about the down low community, we need to remember that and have a little bit of some type of fucking empathy because they're deeply afraid of the worst aspects of our society.
That's why I say we need to start fighting.
About bigoted ass society.
We need to start fighting and kicking ass. That's what I say. We need to stand up for ourselves. This is why I say this. We need to stand up for our motherfucking self. Stop letting these motherfuckers put fear in our damn heart and stand up for ourselves. That's what the fuck needs to happen.
I agree with that too. And this man was berated because he was willing to date an openly Black trans woman like Monica. He was willing to not hide his relationship in the dark. He was willing to kiss her and love her openly like any other man loving any other Black woman is allowed to do. And because he had the heart to do that, this is the way he was fucking treated as a result.
Can I say something too? I think that a lot of it, thank you. A lot of it is, I agree with y'all. It's so sad because that story was so layered too. And you can see those were Black men who were treating him like that. Those were other Black men, you see, and these are the same ones who in this group. And yes, they're going to always go back to pale supremacy in one way, because at the end of the day, it's a lot of shame associated with having your bucks broken and being humiliated in front of your women to be taken down as a masculine force. And I still feel so horrible about this story. And I remember, and there was even layers of it where the trans woman came out and said that they were also in a relationship that it was kind of similar to the one that heterosexual men and Black women be in when it be toxic and abusive. She was dealing with a lot of that too, because he couldn't focus on nothing in life. And I'm not making an excuse, but he was literally all over the place. And on top of that, to come out to the world and be your community, your brothers would be the one that'll shame you like that. And when none of y'all ever fought together to fight against the men who R-worded y'all.
Yeah. And to the people in the comment section, he killed himself because he was just having he was going through a lot in his life, period. But this particular clip is relevant to the discussion that we're talking about.
And it says it all.
Yeah, like in lieu of the conversation around down lowness and the level of violence that is there for anybody who got the fucking nerve to be openly queer or openly trans or openly be trans attracted, that your ass will be met with the crucifix, you will be met with the fucking cross, you will be met with suffering, you will be met with defensiveness, you will be met with violence of all kinds if your ass has the nerve to show up and be who you are. And this is exactly what down low motherfuckers are avoiding. They are avoiding all of this social violence. And I don't blame them, because it's not fun and it's not cute. And most of us who are openly queer have struggled with suicidal ideation, have wanted to take our own lives, probably even tried to talk ourselves out of being queer for the sake of having our family's approval, having the approval of the love of God, etc. I mean,
let me say this real quick, and then I'm gonna shut my mouth. My problem is that they idolize these down low motherfuckers more than they do the people that's out. And for the people that's out there was going through this, it's because of these homophobic ass motherfuckers that was giving them all this fucking hell that somebody should have knocked across the fucking head. But that's my problem with it. Y'all idolize and fetishize. Y'all idolize these down low motherfuckers and put them above the people that's actually out and being who they are. But you idolize the fuck out of them. That's what most of these gay folks be doing, and it pisses me off. But you're a femme shame and you're a trans shame your own gay brothers and sisters. But you will uplift these motherfuckers more than you do and act like they better than the ones that's out and proud. See, that's really my problem right there.
Yeah, and I don't
dating
understand.
them as some type of reward. It ain't no reward.
Yeah, and I don't understand why most of the time it's the down low people. They talk the most crap about gay people. Like they are
exactly.
Some of those men, some of those boys, some of those boys who are recording and berating and bullying and teasing this dude probably are actually on the fucking down low. Like that be the whole.
Don't get these niggas no booty ass. Don't get them niggas nothing.
And they're berating a man who had the nerve and the gall and the courage to be openly trans attracted and to be with a trans woman. And yet some of them who are talking shit and berating and bullying him are probably actually on the goddamn down low. That's how it all
and y'all will still give y'all ass up to these motherfuckers who can care less about you. You're still getting your ass and your dick up to these nasty motherfuckers.
As soon as you don't, they'll get more dangerous. They'll get more dangerous as soon as you don't too.
Stop
so you
giving your ass. Stop having
that.
sex with these motherfuckers. Let them have sex with their damn self.
Y'all remember that trans girl?
CTV.
Monica. Y'all remember that trans girl that got beat up? Ayana something. All them black
Ayana
dudes.
Dior. And she should have had a damn gun and blew them bitches the fuck away.
Monica.
I want to pull her. I want to pull.
Yeah, they beat the dog out of her, and then but they won't fight against a white supremacist.
What's her name?
I'm sorry, this shit just pisses me off. It does.
Ayana Dior. Ayana Dior.
Spell it.
AYONNA Dior.
Oh yeah, I remember that story. That pissed me off.
At the gas station.
So do I. Just tragic. It was tragic.
I was talking about her a while back.
Hold on. I'm trying to get this shit straight. Hold on. Spell it again.
Maybe it's IONNA Dior. It's Ayana or Ayana? AYONNA or IONNA Dior.
IONN?
Yeah.
Ayana Dior.
This just pisses me.
T.S. Madison interviewed her. I tried to get one too, but Maddie interviewed her.
I can't find her under that name. Does anybody in the chat? I know
it start with an I.
Proper spelling.
IYANNA.
There you go.
BIOR.
Thank you. Look with the trans spelling. Thank you. But that was so horrible. But you never see them fight up against predators like that. Fight up against.
They don't, because they a bitch ass bitch. That's why you don't see them do that.
And
it makes me mad.
I want to pull this up too and share this because I think that the DL can actually, there is redemptive quality to the existence of the download community. It's like the download community is the receipt about how dangerous it is to be openly anything aside from heterosexual. So I kind of like that they exist because they are the total receipt that the world is not safe for queer people, because it's not. And I want to read.
But they still uplift these motherfuckers more than they uplift their brothers and sisters that's out. Why do these motherfuckers, some of these gay folks do that?
Because Monica, not only do
sick and tired of it.
But Monica, not only do straight people drink from the fountain of self-hate, homophobia, transphobia, queer people do too. Because keep in mind, a lot of us grew up
in have anti-blackness in them,
yes.
Are colorist, are all type of shit, anti-trans,
yes.
I mean, you are not going to be able to abuse people without injecting them with your sickness. So of course, there are queer people who are also perpetuate misogyny, perpetuate all type of shit, just like any other ignorant ass motherfucker can. So this is the product of being abused. This is a product of collective narcissistic abuse.
Yes. And also keep in mind, to a lot of us, we grew up in churches, we grew up in different in the melanated communities. So you already know how, for the most part, the ideas when it comes down to being anything other than what you're supposed to be, which is heterosexual, straight, cisgender. If anything outside of that, then that's like, it's very layered. That's basically how it is.
Yeah, it's a nuance. It's all super fucking deeply nuanced, and that's why we can't talk in only just surface layers. All this shit is a part of shit. That's a part of shit. That's a part of shit. That's a part of shit. It's a world within a world within a world within a world within a world. It's a virus within a virus within a virus within a virus within a virus. It's a mutation upon a mutation upon a mutation upon a mutation. It's an evolving mutation. But I want to read regarding the trans woman that Yusuf had brought up. Minnesota trans woman said she thought she was going to die in beating. Iyanna Dior, a transgender woman, said she felt disgusted and attacked and became visibly emotional in response to a viral video showing a group of people beating her inside and outside a convenience store last week in St. Paul, Minnesota. In a Facebook Live video posted Thursday, she said that while moving a friend's car late one night, she hit several other cars on the east side in St. Paul. Dior, 20, said she could not pay cash demanded by one car's owner and left the scene because she feared being attacked or shot. When Dior sought safety in a nearby convenience store, she said owners declined to call police or help. NBC News did not receive a response to a Thursday request for comment from the Minneapolis Police Department. Quote, "I feel bad that I just did this," she recounted, telling a friend who owned the car after she crashes into others. But Dior also said in the Facebook Live video that she felt afraid, describing the neighborhood as a gang area where people could come out of buildings and threaten her. The friend and former roommate whose car she moved wouldn't let her come back to her house, Dior said, so she attempted to flee the scene. A man allegedly followed Dior down an alley and said, "I don't know what your little gay ass is doing," and demanded money for the car accident. She said Dior, who had no money to pay, said she tried to get away. Dior said she told them, "I'm going to give you $500. Please, can you just get me to the store?" Quote, "I wanted to get to the store because the only thing that's really running through my mind is if I'm going to die, I'm going to die on camera," she said. "I want people to know actually what happened." My God. Dior said she asked for the store owner to call the police and he told her to get out of the store. Quote, "You're causing too much drama," Dior recalled him saying. Soon after she said she was sucker punched in the face, she spit back at the woman who punched her. The onslaught of beating began and she then blacked out. Quote, "I was sitting there really thinking I was going to die." Dior said, quote, to have that many men and women that are adults to do something like that is really, really horrible, said transgender activist D.D. Waters, who accompanied Dior in the Facebook Live video, quote, just because someone is trans-identified does not take away our Black card. We are Black. We are as Black as you are. Tributes poured in from the LGBTQ people online, quote, sis, I'm sorry. Writer and director Janet Mock wrote in an Instagram post, quote, they didn't have to come after you, but they did. There's no fucking excuse for their brutality, their dangerous ignorance, their fragile masculinity. Many of the community members have been much more intentional about showing up for her, said Ashley Marie Preston, an LA-based transgender activist and commentator, describing mutual aid efforts to provide community-based cash support to DR. Quote, I think it's difficult. It's a difficult time to be trans woman because we are trying to combat anti-Blackness within the LGBTQ community, and we are also trying to combat transphobia within the Black community, Preston continued. Activists like her are trying to get people to understand that Black trans women are still Black women and that our gender identity doesn't cancel out the experiences that we have in a racist society, Preston said, describing the video as traumatizing because it gave me a flashback to Malaysia Booker, a trans woman whose beating was filmed in Texas. So far in 2020, according to the Human Rights Campaign, at least transgender or non-gender conforming people have been killed. So, and I remember seeing that video of them literally just beating and swinging and stuff.
And she should have had a gun. She should have had a gun.
Horrific. It's horrific.
Motherfuckers. That's what she should have did.
When we see this and we see these types of attacks, this is the same types of men that is abusing inside of your homes as well. They're terrorizing, and a lot of them are being a menace, and it's very unhealthy. And it's a sign.
I'm supposed to feel sorry when the police off their ass.
No,
I'm supposed to feel sorry when the police off them.
It's a battle here where the fight is being mischarged. If the world where women and children are safe, gays and trans and none of that will never be safe either. You see, and so it is a thing of a toxic masculinity, and it is a thing of a off balance. There is a thing of needing to fight back. There is a thing. All of this is true, and it's just sad because these are the same ones that y'all will make excuses for. These are the same ones that might have done something to a child, as we spoke about earlier. These are the same ones that be out there with homeboy as he went out there. What's his name? Etute. That went out there and stomped out what's the name after they was all out there being sexual degenerates. It's all not taking accountability, but nobody's really charging that fight. And there is no warrior class in our community. There is no first line of defense. And so that is something to be disgraced about, really.
Mm-hmm. And motherfuckers going on with Isimemen. I'm not fond of closeted adults, particularly adults over 29. That goes for males and females. Here's the thing I want to say to all of you people who don't like the download community. If you don't like the download community, you need to absolutely be on the front lines of combating trans and homophobia, because that's what gives birth to this. So I hope that all of you who do not like closeted people,
I don't like their attitude,
who don't like trans people, who don't like the download community, what you need to be not liking and helping us to combat is homophobia and transphobia. So I hope that you're holding your homophobic, transphobic brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers and pastors and church members in your community accountable when you hearing them spew that homophobic, transphobic shit, when you are seeing them express that shit and how they're treating the queer people that are in your communities, that are in your church, that are in the schoolhouse, because the download anything, the discretion anything is the result of the toxicity of the fucking culture. So I don't want y'all to focus on the victims of the culture. Focus on the toxicity of the culture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's my problem. It's the victims and they fucked up arrogant ass ways. That's my problem. I ain't talking about how they became down low. I'm talking about they fucked up ass attitude on being on the fucking down low.
You have a fucked up attitude about a lot of shit too. And so you have to hold yourself equally accountable. You are a colorist. You say colorist shit. You glorify light-skinned ass niggas above dark-skinned ass niggas.
I show her the fuck
you say a lot of toxic ass shit. So
because that's what they say about black women.
But it ain't about that. If you're gonna hold them accountable, you gotta hold yourself accountable for the toxicity and cancerous shit that vibrates and lives within you. Because you also do a lot of hateful, fucked up shit, a lot of anti-black shit. And the reason why we make a pass for it is the same reason why we make a pass for these down low niggas, because we know that hurt people hurt, in fact, other people.
Mm-hmm. And we love you.
I love y'all too. But I just do it because I'm sick and tired of them doing it to black women and light-skinned men. They victimize these damn men.
You know, they light-skinned men.
Lord, them light skins.
See, I was bringing up. Between Monica and Miss Barbara, they got their talking points.
Well, I like chocolate myself, so.
Only chocolate I like is chocolate ice cream and chocolate cake.
I like all black.
But they want to be colorist towards dark-skinned women and light-skinned. I'm not trying to turn the conversation, but that's why I talk shit. I want these niggas to get a taste of their own medicine.
We spend too much time in this society focusing on the symptoms and not the root cause. We focus on the down lowness, but don't focus on the heavy homophobia perpetuated through decades, centuries.
Yeah, don't they have like gay camps or something that they be sending at churches? They be sending like their boys and daughters off to like pray to get away, and then a lot of times in those camps, the kids be getting molested.
There was one fella who was the lead. He had the leading camp where Christian families sent their son to be. I forget the term they use when they are going for this healing from being gay, and he eventually the camp was disbanded because he came out as gay. So you know it is just this. It's you know, even in the Bible this is going on. We see incest, we see homosexuality,
The pharaohs, a lot of them was gay.
Romans glorified as wrestlers. Do you think men in an all-man situation ain't gonna have sex with each other? But we revere the gladiators. Come on, you know, let's get real about all of it. If there's nothing new under the sun, neither is being gay or trans or bi or hetero. None of this is new. What it has been used to do is weaponized against the people who would be courageous enough to stand in their truth. And when you do that, you come up against a whole lot of ignorance. You come up against a whole lot of dogma in the church. You don't even know who your pastor is these days. But the one that will scream the loudest against the homosexual community, you need to check that motherfucker, because he may be indulging. So I guess I've got, if there was
I ain't got no problem with y'all checking me. You can check me. If you got disagreement, I ain't gonna get mad at y'all. You know I won't say nothing about y'all on here. I may cuss out other folks. You know I ain't gonna cuss out y'all if y'all disagree.
I want us to have a really intelligent conversation, because I think we're conflating some things. The motherfucking goings on said, I do what I can to discourage stigmas and to educate against phobias. I'm not fond of closeted adults due to the deceit that normally accompanies them. So I definitely want us to make a distinction between discretion and deceit. I don't have to actually tell you none of my motherfucking business. You're not entitled to any of it. You're not entitled to know what my sexuality is. You're not entitled to know that I'm trans attracted. You're not entitled to know who the fuck I lay with and what any of my sexual or romantic proclivities to. I don't owe that any more to you than you owe it to me. So I think that there's nothing inherently wrong with a person being entitled to their privacy. Now, if we're talking about literal deceit, then yes, but let's not conflate discretion with deceit, because there are a lot of people who have discretion who are not being deceitful.
That's right.
So
right, go ahead.
So discretion are not synonymous to one another. And I don't know if it's a matter of semantics in the comment section, but so a motherfucker's going on is saying I'm not speaking of discretion. Okay, because you were saying I want it to be clear.
I think it's all
another thing too, because I do want to say this as well. And once again, warning: if this does not apply, let it fly. I'm gonna be honest with you. I typically don't feel bad. I'm just gonna be. This might be triggering for some people. So I will say this, I understand there are exceptions to everything, but I'm gonna be honest with you. For the most part, I typically don't feel bad for the people that do end up in DL relationships or end up getting like, or the women or whatever. I'm gonna be honest with you. Reason being is because I have to question. Now, once again, there's exception to everything. Once again, if does not apply, let it fly, because I can already see it coming. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I really don't be always feeling bad is because what you have this a disdain for, either on a aggressive level or a passive level, you're going to attract. So at the end of the day, yeah, like if you're just 1% like love people and you accept people for who they are, then guess what? You wouldn't bring forth a DL person, because guess what? That DL person has no reason to hide anything from you. And and also too, it was something that Monica said earlier that I wanted to address. Monica, you did say I forgot exactly what she said. It was something along the lines of DL people. We have to stop giving them the cat. Now, like Conscious said, everything is intertwined. So with that being said, the reason why queer people are so prone to deal with DL culture or encourage DL culture, because that is usually 9 times out of 10 warning. If it does not apply, let it fly. That's how our relationships usually go, because when you have someone like Isaiah Wade, you're not allowed to have a relationship with the same sex. So a lot of times too, when you do have relations with someone of the same sex, you have to be on the DL. That's it.
I also need the Black community to realize that not only is homosexuality a gender nuance, European, it's also deeply and profoundly African. Okay, you guys
That's right.
Do your history, do your homework.
Yes, that's right. And even now in African culture, there are all women tribes and all women groups and all men groups. The third sex is honored in many, many, many dark cultures. In India, and the Hijra are honored. They are a religious sect over 4,000 years old. In Samoa, they're called the third sex. They're called Fafafine because any child that shows effeminate behavior is brought to a group, brought to the mother of a particular group of young men, and they are raised as the third sex. This is not new. None of this is new. It's been going on for thousands of years. Thousands of years. And at one point, they were honored. I think in African culture, they were honored because they were thought to be these very spiritual people. They were honored for being who they were within their tribe. I just wish
Let's
people
talk
would
about a little bit of that, Jazzy. This
Pardon
article.
me?
I said, so let's talk a little bit about that then. This article is from theguardian.com. If you say being gay is not African, you don't know your motherfucking history.
That's
the
right.
idea that homosexuality is Western is based on another Western import, which is Christianity. True African culture celebrates diversity and promotes acceptance. During his visit to Africa this summer, U.S. President Barack Obama addressed legal discrimination against LGBT individuals. Meeting the Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta, Obama said, quote, when you start treating people differently, not because of any harm they are doing to anybody, but because they are different, that's the pathway whereby freedoms begin to erode. Unfortunately, the response from Kenyatta was that there are some things that we must admit we don't share with the U.S. Our culture, our societies don't accept. Quote, as I dug deep, I realized that African culture is no stranger to homosexual behaviors and acts. This is the same argument that Robert Mugabe used to suppress the human rights of LGBT people in Zimbabwe, that the former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, used when he signed the most dangerous law against LGBT people in the modern world. And that president, Yoweri Museveni, used in a ceremonial signing of the anti-gay bill in Uganda. This year's Gambia's president, Yahya Jammeh called for gay people's throats to be slit.
Jesus.
The president. When I was appointed by Berlin's Humboldt University this year to teach the course Pre- and Post-Colonial Sexual Orientation and Sexual Identity in Africa, I knew I had a huge task before me, and I had to teach students about a history that is mostly unwritten. In digging up facts, I found that while many Africans say that homosexuality is un-African, African culture is no stranger to homosexual behaviors and acts. For example, in my local language, Yoruba, the word for homosexual is adofuro, a colloquialism for someone who has anal sex. It might sound insulting and derogatory. However, the point is there is a word for the behavior. Moreover, there is not a new word. It is as old as the Yoruba culture itself. In the northern part of Nigeria, Yandadu is a Hasha term to describe effeminate men who are considered to be wives to men, while the Yoruba word might be more about behavior than identity. This Hasha term is more about identity. You have to look and act like a Yandadu to be called one. It is not an identity you can just carry. These words are neutral. They are not infused with hate or disgust. In the Buganda kingdom, part of the modern day Uganda, King Wanga II was openly gay and faced no hate for his subjects until white mayonnaise men brought the Christian church and its condemnation. Though King Wanga is the most prominent African recorded as being openly gay, he was not alone. In Boy Wives and Female Husbands, a book examining homosexuality and feminism in Africa, the researchers found explicit Bushman artwork that depicts men engaging in same-sex sexual activity. There have been other indicators that the transition from boyhood to adulthood within many African ethnic groups involve same-sex sexual activities. So what accounts for the current dismissal of homosexuality on the continent? One factor is the increased popularity of fundamental Christianity by way of American televangelists since the 1980s. While Africans argued that homosexuality was a Western import, they in turn used a Western religion as the basis for their argument. When I have challenged people who are anti-gay may have said that it's not our culture. However, when you probe further, they argue that homosexuality is not in the Bible, but the Bible was not our historical culture. This shows there is real confusion about Africa's past. Reinforcing this is the fact that populist homophobia has kept many politicians in power across Africa. If you hate gay people, you get votes. As a Nigerian gay man, these myths about homosexuality create a dark cloud over my head. They leave me trying to navigate my way through self-denial, rejection, love, and the burden of guilt. While too many people, the assertion homosexuality is un-African might just be words. To all African LGBT people, it puts our lives in imminent danger. It is used in South Africa to RAPE lesbians. It is used to pass laws and to jail, threaten, or kill gay rights activists. It is used to dehumanize LGBT people across Africa and legitimize the hate that we face. It is the reason I received death threats, which ultimately drove me to exile from my home in Nigeria. As long as the notion that homosexuality is un-African persists, Kenyatta will receive applause. Mugabe will win elections, and parliaments across the continent will reintroduce harmful laws. To stop all this, we need to start by retelling our history and remembering our true African culture, one that celebrates diversity, promotes equality and acceptance, and recognizes the contribution of everyone, whatever their sexuality is. And that's just a little bit for that. I want to welcome Chocolate Earth to the platform. Good morning, and what are your thoughts, love?
Hey, good morning, everybody. I think it's morning.
Good morning. It's 11:25.
Okay, yes. Can y'all hear me all right? Okay, so I just want to understand because I want to answer the question correctly. Listening to what you just read. I'm learning that piece of it, being that I love history. I'm not surprised that every time we do discuss sexuality in this society, it is because of our persuasion counterparts who have decided what a man should be, or what he should do, what a woman should do, what these constructs are, put into play, when we can go back and see that in Buddhism, you can go back to see that in certain Indian culture, that there are gods that have both sexes. So it's like coming here, we all come here with other people telling us what it was before. And then we're taught to be these particular things. And then you want to then demonize it because you can't control it. And a person that is free is a person that is free in their mind and in their spirit is very scary to people who believe that we should all be doing the same thing at the same time all day long. And like to the ending of what you read, we don't know enough about where we come from. We might be taking these DNA tests or finding these different things out, but as far as culturally, we have only been given, again, what someone else deemed important enough for us to know. And we're still, if all of that was good, why are we confused? Why is there crime? Why are we hurting and killing people, taking their lives because they are different and that they decide to be free with who they are, and that who they are, it doesn't impede on your sexuality. But I find that cis men do this in every aspect of difference. From the time in the let's just go as far back as we can. We'll stay in the 1900s, the 1920s. They discuss this. There's a movie. I don't know if anybody is familiar with it, but there's a movie where I think it was this actress. Oh my God, I can't think of her name. And she played is it Lentil? Is that the movie? It was Barbara Streisand. I'm calling my age out. It was Barbara Streisand, and she was acting. She was pretending to be a young man.
Yeah, Yento was the name of the movie.
Thank you. And then there was another movie where there was I can't think of her name right now. She did the song, the Sound of Music. I'm sorry, I was raised in a music.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Julie Andrews.
Yes, I am a movie buff. So thank y'all. Yes, see, all right. I knew y'all knew. So all of these constructs again have been put into place to keep us in these particular roles. That I heard you earlier, Conscious, saying that it is a verse on top of this, on top of that, on top of it. Like it never disconnects. We're still doing the same things to each other that they were doing before, especially in the 1900s, when they were really trying to mold what they thought was going to be America. And so now here we are, where we have no protection for any of us of color who decide to live that truth. On top of it, you're in danger if you're a Black woman. You're in danger if you're a Black trans woman, or a Black trans man, or Black gay man. You have a modicum of danger, because if a straight man sees, and yes, I'm gonna call, I don't know if you talk to him, but when Larry was describing how he came to your page, Conscious, and I thought about it, and me and my sister talked about it, and I said he saw the thumbnail and was like, oh wow, she pretty. Then came in and realized that you were a man, and was like, well, it's still cool, blah blah blah. But it's that bias, it's that innate bias, like you trying to trick somebody. And that is this constant theme that I hear when it comes to their justification as to why women or men, or whatever you may identify as, are in danger, because you just want to live your life. You just want to exist, and you're in danger of that. So that's how I feel about that.
I agree.
What the Western event, what they have done, what we have to, all right, Ethiopia is the only nation state that was never colonized. They knew Christianity 4,000 or 5,000 years prior to any of the Western influence within Christianity. So, because the Romans, who thought these people were gods, they were not allowed in a lot of spaces and places where even in the Masonic temples in Africa, they were not allowed there. So what they have done is they have written their own Bible, and they have spread their perverse and twisted view of Christianity across the world, including in the nations that they colonized within Africa. It wasn't even Africa. That's a Roman thing. They gave that name to the continent. I mean, historically, we are in you're right. We have been inundated with the mayonnaise people's belief. We have internalized them. The people that they enslaved, they knew the spirit. They knew God. They knew God in their way. And then they would take them to these breaking islands along. And now, you go to Tybee Island, which is a resort now. That was a breaking island where they brought the slaves here to break the spirit. And in many, many ways, there has been success in that, because we began to eat from their table. We began to ingest their food. We began to ingest their beliefs and carry them for them throughout our churches. It's just very, very sad to me that anybody would think that any human being, any of God's creation is disposable or should be thrown away. How can you say that you love me whom you have not seen and hate your brother whom you have seen? You are a liar, and the truth is not in you. We have to, I just think it's that this toxic Christianity has invaded the earth, and that construct has to be torn down. I may never see it in my lifetime, because we are subjected to the dogma, not to the spirit within Christianity. We are told that we have to be one way in order to be accepted, which is not the true way. It's just not the true way of the spirit. Even Yeshua, the ones that people say they follow, when his disciples came and said, "Teach us to pray," he didn't say "my Father." He said "our Father." He embraced the whole of humanity, and we have just become so overwhelmed by this toxicity that I don't know that I'll ever see in my lifetime when people truly live by the spirit rather than by what somebody is telling them. That's all I have to say about that shit.
I agree with that. And to somebody in the comment section who was talking about there's only one pro-lesbian tribe in Africa. And that's why I say people gotta go read and study their history. A great resource would be 76crimes.com. And I really don't even want to read this article because I'm going to butcher the fuck out of these African names. But it goes in depth, and it cites various tribes in Africa that have manifestations of all various forms of queerness, from non-gender conformance, transness, to lesbianism, to same-sex attraction, to the etc. And maybe just to get into a little bit of here.
And you can have two husbands. I just wanted to throw that out.
So you can have all type of all type of polygamous, all type of it's amazing. 21 varieties of traditional African homosexuality. At least 21 cultural varieties of same-sex relations have long been part of traditional African life, as demonstrated in the 2014 report that was compiled to dispel the confusion and lies that surrounded Uganda's anti-homosexuality bill. The following discussion and 21 examples are from the report Expanded Criminalization of Homosexuality in Uganda, a flawed narrative, empirical evidence, and strategic alternatives from an African perspective, which was prepared by sexual minorities of Uganda. In their work, anthropologists Stephen Murray and Will Wasco provided wide-ranging evidence in support of the fact that throughout Africa's history, homosexuality has been a consistent and logical feature of African societies and belief systems. Dabo Masibi of the University of KwaZulu-Natal documents many examples of Africa of same-sex desire being accommodated within pre-colonial rule. Deborah P. Emery speaks of a long history of diverse African peoples engaging in same-sex relations. Drawings on anthropological studies of the pre-colonial and colonial eras, it is possible to document a vast array of same-sex practices and diverse understandings of gender across the entire continent. Examples include one notable explicit Bushman painting, which depicts African men engaging in same-sex sexual activity in the late 1640s. A Dutch military attaché documented what is this? Zenga, a warrior woman in the Dango kingdom of the Mubundu, who ruled as a king rather than queen, dressed as a man, and surrounded herself with a harem of young men who dressed as women and who were referred to as her wives. Now that's some bad bitch shit. Did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
A Nango kingdom of Mubunda, okay, a bad bitch who was a queen, in fact, decided that fuck that hoe, she was gonna rule as a whole motherfucking king.
Damn right.
As a man, surrounded her with a harem of motherfucking men.
Yes, yes.
As women, and had them niggas referred to as her wives, and she was they husbands.
That's right.
Bad bitch shit, honey. Bad bitch shit. 18th century anthropologist Father J.B. Labat documented the Ganga Ya Shabanda, presiding priest of the, what is this? Oh shit, hold on. I need to stop clicking shit. Hold on. I'm gonna be abbreviating some shit just so that I don't fuck words. Or oh shit, I done fucked up the whole share. Okay, hold on. Let me put this back up for y'all. 21 Africa.
While you're pulling that up, if that's okay, Hatshepsut, she was a one of the first pharaohs.
Yes, she was. She sure was.
Listen, I love me some history. Don't play. Don't.
Yes, God.
Yes,
so there was a group within the Congo Kingdom who routinely cross-dressed and was referred to as grandmothers. So this group was called the Ganga Yo Chabanda, which was a group of priests. They oftentimes swiped out of the divine feminine and the divine masculine based upon whatever their rituals or whatever the agenda was, whatever the situation called for. So they would swap in and out of these gender roles as priests in this Congo kingdom. And when they were in male form, they were appropriately referred to as grandfathers. And when they were in female form, they were appropriately referred to as grandmothers. These were not points of contention. Gender and sexuality were understood to be spiritual. There was a spectrum. All souls were made in the image of the divine feminine and the divine masculine. and people could occupy those roles and travel that spectrum while also being dignified and even still being revered as spiritual, because Africa, prior to European colonialism and European invasion, actually had a spiritual, not a Western view, they had a metaphysical view of gender and orientation. These things were about divinity. In the West, these things are politics. In traditional monarchical Zande culture, anthropological records described homosexuality as indigenous. The Azande of the northern Congo routinely married younger men who functioned as temporary wives, a practice that was institutionalized to such an extent that warriors would pay bride price to the young man's parents when those warriors would have those young men accommodate them on their quests, supplementing female companionship for male companionship. And this was institutionalized. That's how normalized this was. Amongst the Bantu-speaking Pahan farmers in present-day Gabon and Cameroon, homosexual intercourse was known as Nukuma, a medicine for wealth, which was transmitted through sexual activity between men. Now, let me tell you something that I found out so interesting about this. Well, not I found out, but I think there's a correlation between this African belief system and this like consensus around the Illuminati, or like when you get higher up in your finances or in your popularity, this idea that like there's a lot of homosexuality at the tippity top of the power chain. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some type of a spiritual notion about why homosexuality becomes like rampant once you get like deep down in homosexuality. I mean, when you get deep down in like Hollywood, or you get down into these like so-called secret societies, and this idea that male singers and rappers and pop stars and actors and politicians have to engage in these like sexual ritualistic magic, the same sex ritualistic magic, and that there might be an idea that medicine for wealth is transmitted through activity between and amongst men. Now, this is all African, and we're talking about pre-Pocahontas, we're talking about pre-Christopher Columbus, we're talking about pre-Mayflower, we're talking about pre-Amistad, okay? We're talking about pre-European invasion, honey, when Africa was all by herself, minding her own homosexual, non-binary business, honey. She was over there vibrating all the colors of the rainbow without the influence of the white folk from Europe, okay? It goes on to say, similarly in Uganda, amongst the Nalotiko Lango men who assumed alternative gender status were known as the Mugando Dako. They were treated as women and were permitted to marry other men. So this would be something similar to what we see in the West as the trans community, okay? In Uganda, they made space for people who had alternative gender status, okay? Those trans women were known as Mugabo Dako. And they were treated as women, they were respected as women, and they were permitted to marry men. So Africa had legalized and completely accepted people transitioning from one gender to the next. These things weren't fought against, warred against. These were not points of contention. This was not looked at as demonic. The community around people who identified this way were supported, and they were affirmed in their identities, and they were affirmed in their relations to men, etc. Okay, the men were not ostracized because they were trans attracted. No, none of that. Okay, African communities accommodating all of that, Yes, Adela. Minding their own non-binary homosexual ass lesbian business, honey. Just doing it up over in Africa. It goes on. Same-sex relationships were reported amongst other groups in Uganda, including the Bahima, the Banyura, and the Baganda. King Wanga II, the Baganda monarch, was widely reported to have engaged in sexual relations with his male subjects. A Jesuit working in southern Africa in 1606 describing finding chabati, which are men attired like women and behave themselves womanly, ashamed to be called men. So more references to what would probably look somewhat like the trans community. Okay? Who were called in Africa chabati. As you said, there are various names and titles for non-binary people, trans people, queer people. That's a beautiful thing. In early 17th century and present day Angola, a Portuguese priest, Gaspar, Azeveraduk, and Antonius Sesquirius encountered men who spoke, sat, and dressed like women, and who entered into marriage with men. Such marriages were honored and even prized to Jazzy Jace's point. Okay? More references to what would look to us like the trans community. He encountered men who spoke, sat, and dressed like women, and who entered into marriage with men. Such marriages were honored and even prized. There was no shame. There was nothing demonic. There was nothing about these things. Africa provided space and recognition, safety, and spaces within their ideologies for queer people all over the fucking spectrum. In the Atiso communities based in northwest Kenya and Uganda, same-sex relations existed amongst men who behaved as and were socially accepted as women. More references to what will look to us in the West like the trans community. Same-sex practices were also recorded among the Banyura and the Lengi. In pre-colonial Benin, homosexuality was seen as a phase that boys passed through and grew out of. There were practices of female-to-female marriages amongst the Nandi and Kasi of Kenya, as well as the Ligbo of Nigeria, the Nura of Sudan, and the Korea of Tanzania. Amongst Kabe Batu, lesbianism was ascribed to women who were in the process of becoming chief diviners, known as insanuses. That's crazy. That lesbianism was ascribed to women who were in the process of becoming chief diviners, also known as insanuses. In the 1600s, in the kingdom of Mataba in southern Africa, Christian missionaries encountered cross-dressing men known as Shibadi. And she is a body. This by no means is an exhaustive list, given the overwhelming evidence of pre-colonial same-sex relations, which continued into colonial and post-colonial eras, as well as historical evidence of diverse understandings of gender identity. It is clear that homosexuality is no more alien to Africa than it is to any other part of the world. As stated by Murray and Roscoe, numerous reports also indicate that in the highly sex-segregated societies of Africa, homosexual behavior and relationships were not uncommon amongst peers, both male and female, especially in the years before heterosexual marriage. These kinds of relations were identified with specific terms and were to varying degrees institutionalized. What the colonizers imposed on Africa was not homosexuality, but rather intolerance of it. They actually imposed homophobia and systems of surveillance and regulation for suppressing it. So to the person in the chat who was talking about Africa don't got no specific tribes and all of that, okay, you just got at least 21 motherfucking variations of it, okay? And this is in no way an exhaustive fucking list. We can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on about Africa and how motherfucking gay they is. Reckless, I'm curious to know what you think about all this LGBTness and queerness all up in through the pre-white man's version of Africa. Reckless, is you there?
I'm here.
Thoughts?
Girl. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it goes back to everything I've been saying, like every single time we get on this panel. We're gonna have to let go of all of the isms, all of these different types of things, racism, homophobia, transphobia, colorism, because the thing about it is that even with the ism itself, they're not meant for us. They never embodied us. They never were built in order for us to be able to be successful. That's the reason why when it comes down to us getting together and trying to come together as one, we can't even do it because of misogyny, of misandry, of transphobia, homophobia. So we're going to get rid of all that BS. And this right here lets you know that a lot of people need to start doing their research when it comes down to Africa. And I think it's very convenient and very interesting how we're so quick to say, oh, you know, Africa's the motherland. It created everything. But however, when it comes to homosexuality, that seems to be a European thing that was created. and we know that Europeans are the number one people that take everything. So I think that's very, very convenient. And I also think it's very interesting how when it comes down to homosexuality, when it comes down to Africa, we know that they are very vibrant. They are very diverse when it comes down to their representation and presentation of the culture. But however, we're very confused and we like to put these very hard gender roles, gender representations and presentations. So I think it's a lot of unlearning that we have to do.
Baby, some people is mad that there were so many parts of Africa that was all gay as hell, baby. Some of y'all is mad. Why they mad? Why they mad, y'all? Why they mad?
They didn't even ascribe a name to it. The very name, homosexual and all of that is mayonnaise. You know?
Baby, they mad that LGBT people was getting all this motherfucking love and accommodation in these totally black ass spaces, baby. Some people can't stand it, baby. It's anti-blackness for me.
I have a friend.
Yeah, see, y'all gonna talk about the homophobic shit that was going on in the continent, but don't also want to balance that out by talking about all of the acceptance and virtue and all of the spiritualization of queer people that also went out and went on throughout Africa regarding its queer population, honey. Tell the whole truth and shame the entire motherfucking devil.
I have a friend who married a chief outside of Accra, Ghana. When the chief was alive, she was referred to as Queen Dashanaba. After he died, she became the chief of her tribe. So still in many parts of Africa, women are named chief once their male counterpart has gone on and they're left to reign over the people. They become chiefs. So this whole hatred of same gender loving people, and that is in and of itself, that is mayonnaise. And I like mayonnaise on a sandwich, but you know, it is mayonnaise all the way because there were no such names in existence at all.
Baby, Clarice is mad, baby. He is mad, baby, that he can't get us to only focus on the homophobia in Africa, baby. That's like only focusing on the homophobia in America, girl. We know that it's not clear-cut across the board. Why is you mad that this is also a big chunk of the truth, honey? The pendulum swings in this multi-dimension. It's called a polarity, honey. For wherever there's darkness, there certainly is light. So why is you mad that already in a community that is already reportedly completely unaware of their own history? Would you be mad at queer people finally having the representation and being properly brought into African history? Because that certainly wasn't something that we all grew up being informed about during Black History Month, Clarice? Why is you so mad that we is just giving rise to something that systemically has been attempted to be oppressed? You should be celebrating that the other side of the moon is finally being highlighted with a big ass flashlight, and it's a bunch of queer people dancing around on that motherfucker, twerking and shaking it down, honey. Why is you mad?
And don't worry, and don't worry, Clarice. I want you. So it's a comment that you said there were gender roles in pre-colonial Africa. But here's the thing about it, is that this is the reason why I get annoyed with y'all, because y'all don't keep in context of everything that's going on. Basically, what I said is that hard gender roles explicitly in the articles you seen, and what verbally was illustrated is that there were the transition of gender and gender roles because it was more on a metaphysical or spiritual level. That's what I'm talking about, is that when it comes down to the Western, we have this idea, since you're a male, you must be man, and this is what your duties are, etc. But however, we also adopt the same religion and philosophy that lets us know that, quote unquote, our body and our souls become separate once we leave this earth, and especially for those who believe in reincarnation. But however, it's such a hard philosophy, or hard, I would say, guess, lack of better words, to actually understand that sometimes trans people are just a manifestation of old souls, especially those who believe in ancestors. So I think that's very interesting. And plus, I say this all the time when it comes down to religion, is that I think it's very I'm gonna say the reason why I don't like Christianity personally, at least this version, because I believe that, and keep in mind, I had this whole conversation with my mother, so we were windmilling against each other. But here's the thing, is that it teaches us to hate everything that comes from us. Literally. Everything that's considered black is demonized. Black magic, black cats, black this, black that. But what are you? You're black. Black magic is bad. And it's very interesting to me, because the exact same thing that they demonize, they take it and they slap a different word on it. That's the reason why I really do. Y'all lose me. But I also want to say this as well, because I kind of came in kind of later. To homeboy that did all of that BS, whatever. For all the critical thinkers, because here's the thing that gets me. Now, this is the reason why I stay with the whole tricking thing. Y'all kind of lose me. Reason being is because when it gets to a tricking conversation, on one end of the conversation is, he was tricked, he was this, he was that. But yet on the other end, when the trans individual's pictures get released, literally in the comments, people say all the time, and keep in mind, warning, I'm about to use probably tough language for all the trans people, is that they love to say things like, you can tell that's a man, you can tell this, you can tell that, I can tell that's a man, you can tell by the show. So you mean to tell me you can tell that's quote unquote a man in a picture, but you can't tell that's quote unquote a man in person? Y'all lose me. That doesn't make any sense. That really does not make any sense to me. But it's all right.
Baby, I love that Crown Reese's all tore up in his comment section, baby. I just love this shit.
I think it's a troll. I don't even think it's a real black person behind there. I think he's sitting there trying to a productive discussion with a lot of layers. And I agree with everything you say, because I heard about black gods and goddesses before. I'm not, and there's a lot of ones that is gender bendy and androgynous. And I had the pleasure of studying under an Egyptian voodoo priest by the name of King Rasumaba Ifemekbemi. And he let me know he has a spiritual system, researching a lot. How you just looked back at that, it's a lot of research about a lot of more of them too in Egyptian empires, and they try to do that to shame us and humiliate us. And just like Reckless said, it's a thing about ancestors. There's also a thing about a god named Hapi who sits down at the river, just like the goddesses. You usually find a goddess at the river, but Hapi would be there, all androgynous, and sending the different types of children, was governing natural fertility and things like that. And whenever the family would have a lot of strife and pain and a lot of that, they would send a gay child that's to bring happiness. And then that's where the name happy come from, HAPI. So there's many different things that when you get into different contexts and different research of different aspects and different study, and you get into Black people's research, get into Black people's books, get into Black mythology, African mythology, you'll start to see all of this stuff unfolding right before your eyes. Sexuality,
even some of our African deities are queer, are intersex.
Yes. Right. I mean, and we're on both sides of our brain already as gay people. That's already why people don't understand there's something special about us. It's the man and female energy, the left and right side of the brain that's already here, brought into your family, equalized. And a lot of us have a lot of divinity in us, a lot of spiritual gifts and abilities. And that is a result of, the family needing that and ancestrally bringing happiness to your family. It's not always about having to recreate as opposed to nurturing what's there already. And you see, we're living in this type of world, and I call it pre-colonialism. That's BC, before the caves. But I was going to say the opposite of cookies. But there's a lot of different aspects of that to where it's deeper than that. It's about, because every human, regardless of your sexuality, is supposed to have that balance spiritually and chemically in your brain on the left and right side. Supposed to understand the divine masculine and the feminine, the yin and the yang, how everything works. And if you're not mastering that or trying to focus on that equilibrium in your life, then that's a part of where you're off, and you're not going to complete nobody else's puzzle. And not saying that we're here, but we're essentially living. We really are living for ourselves, but for each other too. But I really do gotta drop down. I've been cleaning up, but this is a really good discussion. I'm gonna keep listening, but just don't.
I said thank you for being here. It was a joy.
Thank you. Such a pleasure. This is always. And
I want to ask you, why did you private the response video that you had did like a week ago? I never got a chance to look at it.
Who, me? About that not being Black?
No, about the I think it's when you had did an after show for one of my shows.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to tell. I was going to tell you in private. That's why I was calling you.
Okay.
I didn't know if you wanted me to say it on the show or not, but I could tell you because a lot of people. All right, because it was just it was a mess. But I don't mind sharing, but I'd rather tell you behind the scenes before I just bring it up on the show.
Okay.
Because I might get triggered.
All right.
Okay. I love you all. Peace and consciousness. To the crew, I'll be in the chat.
And y'all make sure to subscribe to my boo Yusuf Ratchet today over on YouTube, honey. This is his name spelled here, Yusuf Ratchet today over on TV, honey. He cooks, honey, lots of teal and lots of butter, baby.
Okay.
To the spectrum, boo. I appreciate you for Yusuf.
Let me leave while I'm ahead, honey. Okay.
Yes. All right, thanks. Does anybody have anything that they want to add to
I do, because I'm about to click off because I gotta go work out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta go work out so I can look good like Conscious. But I just want to say real fast, my quick points was I have heard about a lot of that going on in history. I was listening to a guy, I don't know if you guys heard of him, Rod Hayes. He was talking about the Anunnaki and one of the gods that petitioned for the warriors to, when they're out in battle, for them to sleep with each other. And he went and asked the gods, was he able, I don't know the full story, but could he basically create homosexuality? And they allowed it. And so that is in history. I believe he was talking about the Anunnaki when what he was talking about. So it is in history. And my last point was basically when they talk about transgenders should disclose, if they were born male. How many women that was previous hoes disclosed to their current husband how many bodies they got? Did we talk about that? Have you sat down and talked to your husband how many times you was ripping and running through Oakland streets, Louisiana, wherever you at? So I'm just saying, let it be fair across the board. And I love y'all. I love you, Conscious. I'm gonna be listening. I'm about to go to my little boxing workout.
And I want to thank you. I want to thank you specifically, Be Redemption, for always cutting out the clips and sharing on Instagram. I love that. Thank you so much.
Oh yes.
Yes.
I'm about to do it again.
Thank you so much to all of your love and support. And tell your man, hey, that he's doing a good job taking care of my boo.
Thank you so much.
All right, babes.
Bye.
Anybody else have any lasting thoughts before we round us up?
I would, if that's okay.
Yes.
Conscious, I just want you to know that I've been doing all this research for my own thing. And I came across something I thought would work perfectly with what the theme has been, unfortunately, in this country right now. Femininity seems to be, in descriptor, a threat, a weakness of some kind. And I was like, why do usually Black women and Black men who are gay or a trans woman or a a lesbian, I just want to make sure I get all the group, but any of those, there's a level of comfort and safety that comes with that. Just in coming here over the last, I think I've been following you for like 6 months, I think. And just the different conversations that women have felt comfortable enough to have. And I think that's the side we miss within our partners, our cis hetero partners, is that femininity has always, and I'm using that word term loosely because I don't think it really encompasses it. The reason why we can vibe, the reason why we can deal with one another, why we can be so close and open and comfortable with each other, is because, in my opinion, I believe that especially our Black men who are living truth, is a comfort to us because we get to see that side. We know that men can be this particular way, but it's bred out of them, and then they get comfortable in it. And so now I have to hate anything that represents that strength in femininity. What the Anglo-Saxon man and any other man that is power hungry or a control freak or so on and so forth, the people we have running our country, that's all they see. They see unification. See, when it was just women, keep us separate from the gays, keep us separate from this. This isn't the same. But come to find out, all of our fights are the same.
Yes.
Women have been taken from this earth. Trans women, gay men, gay women have been beaten to death, and different things that have gone on over the years. And I followed it closely because I even though growing up in the hood, I saw all of that. We had all of that. And the hatred and the vitriol that now exists within Black young to mid-age, Black men, is very disturbing. It's like they've bred out everything that makes a man, and now we have empty clones that repeat the same thing over and over again. But not once did I hear about the intimacy that you share with your girlfriends, or you share with your sisters or brothers. My mother, my mom and her brother, they were so close, they slept in a bed together. There's nothing weird about it. It's what we do to make it that way because we don't have it or we fear it. And so now here we are having to see what that patriarchy looks like by acquitting this human being who made a decision based off what?
Peer pressure.
Right, exactly. Then that's what I'm saying. For this new group of men who call themselves alpha or they need to make it a game, or they need to control us or tame us in some way. It has disgustingly come to the place now where we are each other's allies. And as allies, we have to be honest with one another. The only thing that you're jealous about or you hear about another person, it's like saying, well, gays only drink Kool-Aid. You can't talk to them. They only drink Kool-Aid. That's dumb. But that sounds simple, but think of the things that have been propagated in our community, especially in the Black community, about homosexuality. It's awful. It's horrible. And how do you that? So that's my piece. I appreciate you having these conversations, and I love listening to you guys.
And I'm gonna reply back to you on Insta because I checked my folder.
Man, I was about to say, y'all, listen. I was just playing.
Other folder, like, you know, I don't know why I don't know what's the point of the other folder. Like, it's just like, why create?
It's the people you don't want. You may not want to talk to that person.
What? But how do they decide that you may not want to talk to that person?
Because they created it, and that's how they think.
Well, luckily, I checked it, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, I saw
because I couldn't find your email, and I was like, "I'm gonna just sit." I was like,
it's
"Oh,
like
wait a minute."
At Gmail.
Okay.
I don't know how the hell do y'all miss my email when everything be scrolling at the bottom?
I don't be reading though. I don't be reading all the time though.
The whole 8 hours on the screen.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, y'all have a good rest.
All right, boo.
Likewise. This is Jazzy, and my parting thought is that it takes courage. It takes courage to stand in your truth. And I want everyone on the panel, everyone who is listening, to understand that we walk in the trueness of the strength of the true Spirit, the true Holy Spirit, when we decide and defend our walking in our truth. It takes courage to do that. And you don't even have to be part of the LGBTQIA community. You just have to be the one who is not marching to everybody else's drum or thinking the way they think. The truly great people did not think the way everybody thought. They had a vision and they kept going after it. And I may not see it in my lifetime, but I would love for us as a Black community to understand our Blackness, to understand that whatever we've been taught in church is not of us, nor is it for us. So I would love to see that. So all I want to say is be wise in your walk. But whatever you do, do not walk in fear, because we have not been given the spirit of fear.
Amen.
We must be courageous, y'all.
Absolutely.
So, thank you for having me. Thank you for the discussion. I loved everybody's opinions. It was just.
Can you hear me?
Huh?
What do you do for a living?
Oh, I'm a vocal musician, baby, and I also am a paralegal, and I also am a transcriber, scopus, and proofreaders for attorneys and court reporters. I have to do a whole bunch of shit.
You need to be. You are a healer, Jace.
I do my best.
A whole healer out here. Have you ever pursued anything like? I mean, because music is definitely a healing agent all by itself. Have you ever done anything in the realm of just teaching and healing? Like,
well, I have been pushed lately. Well, within the last several years, I realized that I have been moving into that realm, because it was just natural for me to encourage people and to speak to them about the true meaning, the metaphysical meaning of what they are reading in their holy books to develop understanding. So I just do my best on my channel to display that. Some, I love the oracle cards, the oracle, and I also love tarot. I mean, I'm moving more into that, and it just seems like a natural transition. But I never once thought of myself as being that person. Thank you for the anointing, child.
Look.
Yes, because I really, in my entire life, have walked in love. I really have. It was just.
I can feel it. It's energetic off of you. I can
Yeah. And that's all I know to do, China. Don't get confused now. Don't.
All healers are ass kickers. Don't
get confused.
Right, don't get it twisted. All healers are ass kickers, okay?
That's right. And I will come out of that bag if you show yourself to be unreasonable. Period. But that's only after a whole lot of chances, okay?
Yes, you're long suffering, but nonetheless will kick your motherfucking ass.
That's it. I will do that. So I just love this channel.
Have you seen this message from Heart of Inspiration? She says, I have been trying to get Jazzy to come into the healing space, conscious.
Oh, thank you. Lisa, I will, thank you so much. I have been meaning to get on and just catch your replays because I just love what you do. I just love what you do. And your messages, I know, are truth. So
I love that we found each other.
Me too.
You are a part of my tribe. You are my tribe, mother. You are part of my tribe for sure.
Thank you. I'm honored to be. So I'm gonna drop down everybody.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? Can you send me your number through Instagram? I know that you sent me your number before through email, but my emails are so backed up right now. I can't even.
I can. And I also want to say, anybody on Instagram getting a message from me, if some of you are following me and you get a message about investing in cryptocurrency, block and report that. My old Instagram account was hacked. And I can't say who, because I get very angry about that. I have a new Instagram account. So I'm going to change the photo so nobody gets confused about the truth. Okay. But yes, I'll send it to you, baby.
And can you
love you. I love Reckless. You are two giants in this space. And I don't ever want you to cease with the teaching. I don't ever want you to cease bringing it, ever.
Yes.
Ever.
And I won't, as long as God is willing, I'll be willing.
Amen. And he's always willing. That's what we have to do. He's always willing.
As Yahshua said, he who endureth to the end, baby, we in this for the long haul.
That's it.
To the fat lady things, baby. We in this until the clock strike 12, baby. We get it. So.
That's it. That's it. So y'all enjoy your day.
Okay.
Get out, take a walk on this beautiful day because there's beauty in the earth. Okay.
Absolutely. I love you.
Right. Love you too. Take care.
Reckless Logic, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
So, any remaining thoughts on Mr. Etute, or any of the shit that just came up in the past 4 hours?
Y'all need, once again, I'm gonna continue to say what I've been saying. Y'all gotta let all that BS go. Also, y'all need to learn how to read. Well, I'm not gonna direct it towards y'all, but people need to learn how to read in between the lines. I still understand how people literally sat up there and was like, "Oh yeah, he was tricked. But however, he went in there and paid $50, which means that you had to come in contact with this person, and then on top of that,
if he did not want to be tricked, he would have got his dick sucked with the lights on."
Yeah. But however, we all understand when the biasness started to come out, them dog whistles, sometimes it clouds up a lot of people's viewpoint, but sometimes at the same time, it makes ours very clear because then we can see them for who they are. So yeah, just let go of all them isms because guess what? It never had melanated people in mind. So that's it.
Period. Well, I agree. And I will call your ass as well.
Period.
Bye.
All right.
So, you guys, that was the show. Definitely unpopular opinion. I know that this looks like justice on the surface, going all the way back to the initial topic of Mr. Etute and his acquittal. I understand that Black men's masculinity and orientation is fragile enough to lead to the murder of people and that they get to hide behind that excuse, but I don't give a damn about how shocking it is to find out that the stud that sucked your dick the night before is actually not a boy. Because you know what? This whole situation, like this is literally equivalent to me going to the bar, meeting someone who I think is biologically male, coming back, us having a sexual encounter, and then I find out that this was a stud that I had a sexual encounter with, and then me believing that I have the right to murder them because the stud didn't tell me that they were female and masculine presenting. That just makes no fucking sense. You do not get to kill people because you were deceived, bitch. That means death to all liars. And because most people have told lies, that means that all people are technically qualified for the goddamn death penalty. You cannot kill people because you were deceived in whatever fucking way. Somebody doesn't get to kill somebody because they pretended to be monogamous to you until you found out they were cheating. You cannot kill a cheater. You cannot kill someone because they misrepresented themselves. And then you damn sure can't claim to be victimized when you literally hit up someone in the middle of the night and allowed them to be shrouded in darkness to the point that you couldn't even make out their face, and then also go into their home that has no lights on whatsoever and then receive full oral service and be tipped off with $50. And you know what? Now that I think about it, I'm not even sure if I believe any of this because, unfortunately, because Mr. Smith is not here to tell his side of the story, we only have Mr. Etute's side. How do we fucking know that this was not an arrangement from the get-go? How do we not know that this was all set up around a payment? How do we not know that Mr. Etute didn't discuss not giving a damn and was just like, yo, I don't really care what you is, as long as you know how to give some sloppy toppy, I'm down. And there was an accommodation of $50. Like, I don't understand. It wasn't even like he had an immediate reaction. It wasn't like he realized overnight and then came back shocked and appalled and then killed this person. Bitch, you waited a whole month and came back with friends. God only knows what the fuck went on in those conversations. This shit is wild to me. It's wild. This is not justice. There is major accountability. The man who got acquitted, Mr. Etute, the football player who got acquitted, was paid $50 after he got his dick sucked, according to him. And that's according to him. We don't know if that payment was supposed to always be there. We don't know if he actually, in fact, did it for $50 motherfucking dollars because, once again, Mr. Smith is not alive to even testify against Mr. Etute. So it's only his word against this dead man's word. Ridiculous. He has major accountability in the situation, and I don't think that this sends a just message out. I think that trans people should be completely terrified by this verdict. I think that this implies that anybody can claim that they didn't know and justify their hate crime. This verdict can be weaponized by so many weird ass fucking people. And while it was not morally right for Mr. Smith to misrepresent his gender, if that's what he in fact did, that is a moral issue. That's not a felony. That's not an egregious crime that's reprimanded through acts of violence. You don't get to kill someone, murder someone in cold blood, beat them to fucking death because you were deceived. You just don't get to do that. So I don't think justice was fucking served. Shit is wild. Yeah, 31 fucking days later, Black Swans, premeditated like a motherfucker to come back to this person's house a month later with your friends, sat around and talked about this and wasn't even gonna do this until they got in your ass about it. Left the man visibly injured. He left him on the floor gurgling and with bubbling sounds coming out of his mouth. The autopsy report showed that the man had bleeding from the brain, was missing multiple teeth. Every bone in his face was shattered and broken. And then prior to the beating, Etute told the detectives that his plan was only to go there to see if this was in fact the man, and then if it was, he was going to run. But then testified on stand about a whole conversation that happened after he found out it was a man, after he also deceived Smith by telling him he was coming over for another sexual rendezvous once again. So you killed a person for deceiving you, but you used deception in return to hurt and harm this man. Make it make fucking sense. None of this shit makes motherfucking sense. None of it makes motherfucking sense. And if the family was not finished, if Smith's family is not finished with Etute's ass, I wouldn't be surprised, and I completely justify it. I completely justify it. And if Smith deserved to die, every motherfucking person doing any level of deception deserves to die. Every motherfucking person wearing makeup, wearing weave, every motherfucking nigga lying about his bank account, lying about his dick size, lying about his sex game, only to find out that he's trash in bed, and that motherfucking dick is actually a motherfucking weenie, deserves to also be murdered. Every motherfucking woman enhancing her motherfucking beauty to get the attention and to attract men. So, because what's good for the goose is totally good for the goddamn gander. You do not get to kill a motherfucker because you walked into a situation and set your damn self up. If you didn't want to be deceived, bitch, why would you get your dick sucked in the dark by somebody whose face you can't even see beyond the hoodie? Bitch, because you didn't give a fuck about being deceived. Your priority was to get that sloppy toppy and to collect your $50 while bypass and go. And then you sit around for a whole month, cool and collected with your suspicions and with what you did and with being treated like a trick and a prostitute. And it wasn't until you open up to your homeboys and realize that all y'all done had this Angie person, and now y'all all are in a goddamn fight to prove y'all goddamn masculinity to each other based upon who the fucking hold this hoe accountable first out of all y'all. So you decide to be first up on the roster. And then take you and them back to this person's apartment while they look out, while you do whatever God knows in Angie's apartment. No, I don't think it should be criminal to misrepresent your gender. If you find out that you laid down with a biological male or female, you straighten up your dating politics and move the fuck on. Okay? You are not the victim because you go to the bar and pick out a random motherfucker and take them back home, but yet want to hold a person completely accountable for being honest with you. You're not hooking up with the fucking donkey. I can see if a trans person was a non-human entity. I can see if a trans person or a non-binary person or whatever the case is, was some type of an alien being. You kissed another human being. Get over your fucking ego. Get over your fucking self. It's fragility at its fucking extremist. And just like you deal with any other person lying to your ass, you get lied to and you go on with your fucking life. You go on with your life. Oh my God, that was a stud that sucked my dick last night. I'm not going to go over to the stud's house and kill her. I'm going to get over myself and get over my life. And then I'm going to make an executive decision to make sure that I ask some questions and I do some feeling around in some very important places on the body before I decide to engage further if I am questioning anything. No, I don't get to go on some random dating app in the middle of the fucking night and then go over to a perfect stranger's house where they have all the lights cut off and they covered up from head to toe, not revealing any part of their face or their body, then proceed to still get my dick sucked under these inconspicuous ass circumstances and then walk away with $50 motherfucking dollars and then come back a week later because my homeboy's done gassed me up to kill a bitch. That's not what I get to do. There should be some type of a overturning of a verdict, some type of a double jeopardy. I don't know what the fuck you call it, but this whole fucking case, somebody needs to pull the goddamn reverse Uno out. Whoever the defense attorneys were, whoever represented who represented Smith in this case did a piss poor fucking job, because this nigga literally sat on the stand and gave a play-by-play of the honest truth and incriminated himself completely and yet got to walk away scot-free. I mean, it only took the jury 3 hours to fucking deliberate. Whatever this fucking phobia is of queer people, honey, that got people believing that just because a queer person lies, you get to take their life, but you wouldn't take the life of a biological woman for having breast implants, off of wearing breast pads, off of wearing butt pads, accentuating her features. If you wouldn't take the life of like, if nobody else gets their life taken under these circumstances of misrepresentation, then you cannot make the exception for non-gender conforming ass people. You cannot make the exception for trans people either. And if you are making the exception for them, it's because you are transphobic. You are queerphobic at its heart. People are making the exception for this type of irrational ass execution of self-defense because there's already a fucking underlining issue of othering and discrimination that people have in their heart against queer people. You wouldn't take a woman. So, cause this shit is wild. This literally means that a man can literally go into a bar, go home with a woman because he's attracted to her long hair. And then as he's making out with her in bed and pulls her hair, he realizes it's a fucking wig and then gets to what? Kill her because this woman is actually bald-headed as hell. This woman actually has a small baby fro, but the point of your attraction was how beautiful her hair was, only to find out that her hair is not real. Her hair is not really hers. It don't grow from the goddamn follicles. Like, the type of shit this shit opens up a whole rabbit hole. And that's what people don't understand, is that him getting acquitted of this shit sends it ain't a bad comparison. It's the same comparison. It's the same comparison. You hooked up with a motherfucker. First of all, let me tell you how fucked up this is. You are claiming you was deceived, right? Because Angie represented herself one way in a picture on Tinder. But you didn't even demand Angie look like Angie once you got to the fucking apartment, because when Angie came to the door in a hoodie and had all the lights cut off. But you were deceived. You met Angie digitally. But once you actually got to Angie's apartment, you didn't even demand that Angie looked like Angie. Angie was able to be completely shrouded in mystery and darkness while you proceed to get your dick sucked. You wanted to kill a person because it was a man wearing female aesthetics? Yeah, that's the exact same thing as a fucking woman wearing an aesthetic that's not true to whatever she has naturally. That hair ain't hers, them eyelashes ain't hers, her face don't really look like that without fucking makeup. That tissue in her bra, that mean her titties. You don't get to kill somebody because they misrepresented themselves. If you get got, you get fucking got, okay? And you learn and you live to see another goddamn day, and you make better choices for yourself. You do better vetting. No, he's not a kid. He's 18 years old, which is why he was in college. Don't even try to pacify the situation or minimize the situation. It's a grown-ass motherfucking man, grown according to the state, grown according to the law. This nigga was a whole college football player making grown-ass decisions. He was a young adult, but was an adult nonetheless. And he didn't give a fuck about whether Angie was Angie because the only incentive he had was getting his cocks up. If I met a motherfucker online who I was attracted to and then went to their fucking house and I can't even see in person what I saw in a picture, guess who about to biggity bounce? Me. But guess who wouldn't biggity bounce? Is a motherfucker who was prioritizing the sexual experience over the person who they were having that experience with. And then once again, wait an entire fucking month later to feel a way about it, and only feel the way about it because you told your homeboys and your homeboys got on your ass and told you that, nah, nigga, that shit is gay, motherfucker. You need to handle that, motherfucker. Get the fuck out the way. Fuck out of here. And then gonna take $50. And then how we know that the $50 was really a gift? That's already bad enough. That you let somebody suck your dick in the dark with a fucking hoodie on, you ain't even getting sucked off by Angie. That's not even a priority for you. Then you claim that Angie gave you $50 as a gift afterwards, bitch. We don't know if $50 was actually a part of the fucking arrangement. And you know why we don't know about what about the chronological order of things is because the person who could have spoke back is actually dead. Yeah, it does take it to another motherfucking level. It's a level that Mr. Etute should have considered before he allowed himself to meet a random stranger off the internet, go to their homes, and get his dick sucked by somebody in a fucking hoodie in the fucking dark with no lights on, and then take a $50 fucking pay. Yeah, it does take it to another level. That's exactly why that's what Mr. Etute should have remembered. And y'all can disagree all the fuck y'all want to. I don't give a fuck. I said what the fuck I said. This is a miscarriage of justice. As my girl Jazzy J said, you do not get to fucking take somebody's life in cold blood because you made some poor choices in your dating and sexual life. That's like somebody killing somebody because they gave you HIV, bitch. If you decided to have unprotected sex, being well aware of what all the consequences can be of having unprotected sex, whether that be pregnancy, whether that be STIs, STDs, you don't get to claim to be the victim. It's an unfortunate situation. And you can argue all you want to that the other person, if they knew about their status, should have told you about their status. But at the end of the day, baby, guess what? You are not a victim because you made a clear, conscious motherfucking choice. And it is what the fuck it is. And it's the same rule of thumb in this fucking situation. You chose to meet a random bitch off the internet, take your random ass over to their random fucking house. You didn't know if... So, first of all, why would... I mean, everything frustrates me about this fucking shit. First of all, so if you was communicating with Angie through an app in text, how did you even know that the person who opened the door was in fact Angie? And the fact that you didn't give a fuck whether you, for all you knew, this could have been a roommate. For all you know, you didn't know who the fuck it was. But guess what? Didn't even care to find out who it was. You just allowed the situation to play itself out. Oh my God. This person opens the door. I can't see them. Oh my God, I'm in a house. I can't see anything. Oh my God, my pants are down. That feels really good. Oh my God, $50 motherfucking dollars. I'm happy Willie right now. 4 fucking weeks go by. I tell my homeboys now I'm in my masculine ass feelings. Go back and kill a bitch. Are you fucking K? Oh, are you fucking K? Girl, motherfuckers is wild and motherfuckers is sick in the head. And anybody who fucking believes that a motherfucker deserves to fucking be murdered because they deceived the motherfucker is sick in the fucking head. Sick in the fucking head is what you are. On that note, I will see you all later. Goodbye.